What is up, Hammer? How you doing? This time I got it right. I got you and Red Light mixed up the other day, and I felt super bad about it. I called him Hammer, and he's like, "This is Red Light," and I was like, "Oh man, I'm so sorry." You're making chicken tacos? Nice. I'm not a big chicken taco guy. I'm a steak or beef taco guy. Dude, check this team out though. I wanted to show this to you. So I'm trying to refine it. I want to use it with Loriaka, but I can't make it work with the speeds because I just don't have the speeds. I probably don't have the speeds to beat this guy either, but I'm gonna try. But this is my Skinwalkers team. So I want to take out Ragash and put in Loriaka because she would give me turn meter boost. And build her for just speed because I have to have some accuracy on Bolant. I don't have to have a lot, and I could probably get more speed if I reduced a little bit of his accuracy, but regardless, Loriaka just solves that problem. I just don't have any. I don't have the speed for her. But I'm gonna show you this team. I was like so excited to stream just so I could show off this team. So he strips. So you see some of the stone skin came off, right? Him dying is not great, of course. Looks like I almost had it. If I had better luck on the strip there. But again, that's not really a team that it's built for, and I don't think I win that against that team anyways. Harima is still a problem for the team, so I'll avoid her. But like Terrace Marishka, I feel like I can beat this. Even with all the stone skin. That's fine. Ah, the sleep really... Oh, she freed me. Yay! Oh, but Marishka's gonna do Marishka things. I think if I manual that there, I get a win. What's up, Squibble? What's up, Flakes? I'm thinking about building a Ghost second team and putting Narcissus in a Fury set. I can get him to about 80k HP. I don't know that a Fury is going to be better than ignoring... What is this focused on? Defense, by the way. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I think ignoring defense is better. Unless somebody ignores 100% of defense, generally speaking, you're not trying to skip out on the ignore defense. All right. Well, this is just an easy team. This is the confusing thing about it. It's like I don't know if this team is just really good or if I'm just beating teams that I could beat anyways. I mean, it all depends on what they say in their kit and if you have other ways of ignoring defense. But like if you look at like I'll show you, let me show you my Mortu, because that's going to explain my thought process a little bit more here. So this is my Mortu Macabre, and he's in all stone skin, right? Speaking of which, you always want to check. Ooh, I got some other stone skin stuff. I don't think I need the shield to be stronger, so I'm actually not going to worry too much about that. Because, like, extra resistance and the shield being 0.75 isn't worth it. But anyways, he's in all stone skin, but that's because the main damage ability from him, it will ignore shield, block damage, as well as defense. So it ignores all defense. And so that's why I can build him without Savage or without any of that stuff, right? Likewise, on my free to play account, I have Odin, and if we look at Odin's kit, that's why I'm able to ignore Savage on him, because on his kit, and granted, he's not necessarily supposed to be a damage dealer, and I've rebuilt him to not be such, but the attack will ignore 100% of the target's defense. So you don't need Savage or any of those sets on him because he ignores it outright. And what you're looking for with other champions is true damage. So, and that basically means that there is no defense mitigation whatsoever. So this is what people loved about Baron for a while. So ignore shield and block damage as well as 50% of the target's defense. Well, if you look at 50% of the target's defense and then you look at, let's say, Savage, for example. So Savage is 25% of the enemy defense. So now you're at 75% of defense that you're ignoring. And then Helm Smasher is another 25%. So that's 100% of defense that you're ignoring. So you have a chance to do true damage and ignore all of their defense, which is crazy good. Really, really solid. And that's your goal. That's what you're like trying to achieve. But furthermore, even if you're only at 75%, well, now you have a decreased defense as well, right? So they're already lowering their defense, and then you're ignoring a percentage of that, so they could have very low defense. So that's why abilities that ignore defense are generally better. Like, Trunda hits really hard, but there's no ignore defense in any of this. It's just a big, hard hit, and you make it better with ignore defense, but you can't get true damage on Trunda. My Rhodos, so he's in Merciless 6-piece, which gives him 35% ignore defense. This ability ignores 60% of the defense. So right out the gate, just between his gear and this ability, he ignores 95% of the defense. Then you throw in something like Helm Smasher. And then you've got 100% ignore defense, right? But this team, I am very, very excited about. This one's reasonable here. So Bolent ignores 50% of resistance. So aside from the weak hit, he landed that stun on everybody. And see, that's why I really need Loriaka in this team. Which sounds crazy because she was so bad for so long. But she has a 20% turn meter fill. And increase accuracy. I don't need the increase accuracy so much because I've built everybody to have enough accuracy. But the turn meter fill is crazy. There's a chance that this can be really good. Like, you can technically get 80% turn meter back if you place all these debuffs, but I don't think it's good enough for me to use this first. I would rather do the turn meter fill, and then I can stun with Bolent, lock out with Basher, and then finish off with Wukong. Because Bolent by himself is faster than some Arbiters already. It's just the ones that I can't quite beat. So I just want a pure speed Loriaka. The problem is that Loriaka, I can't physically build a faster Loriaka than my Bolent right now, which I think is really funny. And you'll see he gets to go again, too. Like, you can see he's full turn meter. Like, he's going to decrease their defense there. If there wasn't a block buffs, he would do that. So the Ragash is redundant. Because Bolent also has a decreased defense on in his kit. But I don't know where my account takeover guy is at. They said they would be here. And even if he doesn't stun everybody, if I'm going first, where's Canary? You can take over mine again. You know what? I got no objections to that whatsoever. So whenever an ally hits an enemy, has a 10% chance of placing a stun. Whenever an ally inflicts a critical hit, fills their turn meter by 5%. But this one, allies will ignore 30% of defense against enemies under a stun debuff. And I've got multiple chances at a stun before Wukong goes. I'm actually considering changing Wukong. Well, I need to make Wukong stronger. I think this team is so good. And not until I get Loriaka will it be good enough. But I think with Loriaka and all the stun mechanics in the team, I think it'll be better for me to use Sun Wukong. And we're missing, like, I need to, max out the crit damage and stuff here. And both Loriaka and Bolent can be faster. Neither of them have masteries yet. What's up, Not Serious? How you doing? But, like, we could get better rolls on stuff. Like this I can take to 5 for a little extra attack. But, like, this needs to be attack percentage. Given what I'm trying to do and the fact that Bolent is already a buff stripper, I don't think I need buff stripping here. But I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'd feel better about just going pure nukes with him and going attack percent. But we need to get the crit damage rolls on these two pieces, so I need to prioritize re-rolling. Well, I need to start running a lot more Sand Devil and Phantom Shoguns, because this isn't even... I don't even have enough to max it. Or I barely have enough. Who do I have? I'm lost. I don't know who to 6-star. It'll be my sixth 6-star. What's up, Kevin? How you doing? So when I'm looking about who's going to be my next 6-star, I'm looking at who my next project. What's my next area of progression? Let me go ahead and log into the free to play since. Actually, I'm gonna. RSL helper crashed, so I'm gonna crash everything here. Bear with me a second. And I'll open up both of my games here. It's easier for me to do it on my free to play to answer your question. Oh, thanks, Flakes. I don't know how I didn't put 2 and 2 together there. But I really didn't. I'm worried that the account takeover I was gonna do may have got nervous about it, maybe. Hang on 1 second. Is it done, Kayla? Do you want me to take it out? Okay. Love you. I'm almost done swapping over. 1 moment, guys. What's up, Josh? How you doing? I have been itching to make content all day today. So I was supposed to record a bunch of content today. That was my plan. And by no fault of anybody's. My daughter's school is closed for potential flooding on the roads. So it's just harder for me to make content when my daughter's home, so. All right. So I'm on the free to play. So no one that is worth to 6-star. I'm 1 month in the game, but I can't do Dragon 20. Well, let's remember the ninja account a little bit, right? So if you think about the ninja account, the ninja account was able to do Dragon 20. So you may have to think outside the box a little bit, and you don't have to 6-star anybody. Like, this is a slow game, right? This game is going to take you some time. You're not in any rush. There's no hurry. But there might be an epic in your roster that might be able to help you get over that hurdle. Like, I have a lot of epics that I don't use anymore that helped get me over the hurdles of certain fights. You know what I mean? I still use her. I just realized I had taken some gear off of her and swapped it to somebody. There we go. Okay. I've been rebuilding champions all day. I've been very excited and rebuilding champions. What's up, Sky Doodle? Hugo, you have Ugo, and they're already 6 stars. So that's the thing, though, right? Like, if you look at, and I'm not saying you have this champion, right? But just because, like, you might have a sleeper in there. Is your roster posted in the Discord? If it is, I'll take a look. If it's not, go ahead and post your roster in the Discord. I can give you my thoughts. But like the reviews on him are good, but on paper he doesn't look that great. You know, doing what all good nerds should and watching Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit after that. Yeah, so my daughter, me and my daughter were gonna watch Lord of the Rings, and she's 6, and I told her it might be a little scary, and she's like, "I will be brave and I will watch it, Daddy." And then I was like, "Okay, we're gonna watch Lord of the Rings." "I don't want to watch it, Daddy. I'm scared." I was like, "Okay," but we watched the Hobbit cartoon last night, and she was a little scared during it, but I was like, "Yeah, you see, like that's Lord of the Rings." "Really?" I was like, "Yeah, Bilbo's nephew takes the ring." Okay, so JJ, in response, so I didn't post this in my Discord. I posted it in my clan Discord. Um, but you've seen on other channels what they've said, right? Um, Let me find it on my Discord. Give me 1 second. Ka-chow. All right. So what they said, Plarium replied, right? And they said, as for the situation with Wixwell, we have previously mentioned that we were working on a complex solution to rebalance Hydra itself and Hydra Clash in particular. We'll communicate all the details about the solution in a timely manner once the time comes. But I can assure you we're not making any secret Wixwell nerfs that people are talking about at the moment. This info is not accurate. So please kindly make sure to wait until the official announcements before jumping to any conclusions to avoid misunderstanding. Couple of things in my interpretation of this. First of all, they're only talking about Hydra. If they nerf Wixwell for Hydra, I could not care less. Quite frankly, I don't care. And I get that there are these Wixwell teams and that people have put time and energy in these Wixwell teams. I totally understand it. It sucks, right? You've put time and energy into something, but at the end of the day, the game mode is busted. And I will say this, if they only nerf Wixwell in Hydra and not Trunda, not okay. So I'm hopeful, and I know the track record is not great. I am hopeful that this post is true, and any indications of a shield nerf to Wixwell will be limited to Hydra, not screwing up my clan boss team, and will be part of a larger rebalance to go with Hydra. That's what I hope is going to happen. If that doesn't happen, who knows? But I'm not kidding when I tell you that if they were to nerf my Wixwell clan boss teams, I would heavily consider a new game. And I hate to say that. I really do. And I don't want to say on camera that I would 100% quit. But the thing that's so frustrating about it to me is that I've disassembled my unkillable team on my main account and built a Wixwell team because it was just better. It was more consistent. My unkillable team would fail sometimes. I think it's related to the stun. I've done everything I could to try and optimize the stun, but it's not enough, and sometimes it goes bad. I don't want to mess around with the stun anymore. I was like, all right, I'm building a Wixwell team. They nerf him in Clan Boss. That's a real problem for me. Like genuinely a real problem. So, um, but and furthermore, there is no nerf at the moment. So when that stuff comes out, I'll react then. Um, but I think as long as the nerfs are focused on Hydra, and again as part of a larger thing, so that multiple champions get nerfed, that's fine with me. That's an issue that I have. All right, Not Serious posted their roster. Let me take a look here. Oh, you built Claude too. Gala can smack. You've got Tayrell. Nethril is great clan boss damage. Ugo is 5 stars. This is a great roster. I don't know why you're doubting your roster so much. So looking at your roster, obviously you've got Wukong, right? You've got Taragi. You have Claude. I don't know how well Claude is built, but you have him. And you have Kale. So Dragon 20 is the same thing as Clan Boss. So you need to keep that in mind, right? So I don't know what's beating you in Dragon 20, whether it's the waves or the boss. I'm going to assume it might be the waves. But you've got 2 great AoE decreased defense champions. I would build Ugo, by the way. Ugo brings healing and a decreased defense and block buffs. Gala can really smack, though, for future reference. And Tayrell is very good decreased defense. He has a really hard-hitting A3, and he has decreased attack on the A1 to help you survive against the boss fights a little bit better. But yeah, no, you do have a good roster. And this is what I mean. It's very easy to say, like, well, I don't have all these other champions that everyone says is so great. But sometimes there are like sleeper champions. Let's assume you didn't have the 3 great ones. Nethril is really good, by the way, for clan boss damage and for dragon damage. And waves too, because he has wave decrease turn meter, and he has wave stun, though it's a low percent. But let's say you didn't have them. High Katoon is your instant answer. Because what you don't have at anywhere on your account right now is an aura. Man, my audio pissing me off. Speed in all battles. That aura is huge. So, High Katoon, when in doubt, High Katoon. Bring his roster on screen. Sorry. So you've but even if um like even if you didn't have these 3, which by the way I think are your candidates, um High Katoon, right, is the answer. Dark Elhain is very good as a nuker. Frozen Banshee, I don't like building rares in 2024, and I would recommend that you wait if that was the situation. And you have an increased speed, so you don't really need Apothecary. But if you really, really didn't want to wait, you could try to push the Frozen Banshee a little bit. I'm against it. The other thing that I would do is, like, instead of 6-starring somebody, you could start leveling some of these champions for the fusion for Mikage, right? If you're just looking for stuff to level right now, you can level them and just put them in the vault until the time comes to finish the Mikage fusion. But yeah, I think you don't have in this 4-man squad right here, you don't have an AoE decreased defense. So Tayrell, I think Ugo is better for your account in the long run, and I would say Ugo is your next 6-star. But after Ugo, I would probably go Nethril. I don't think Loki is going to be the fit, to be completely honest. He is a good increase attack champion, but at level 50 can be an increase attack champion. I just think the resources to put into Loki are too much. He's just too niche, in my opinion. Oh, there's my... All right, the account takeover is about to start here. Um, I've been getting Yannicka fragments. I started 8 days ago before your Ninja Block account. I have 30 fragments right now. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't think Yannicka's bad. I think Yannicka is worth going for. If I was to start a new long-term account, no, let me take that back. Here's the one downside right now. Anybody starting a new account should use whatever promo code there is for Sun Wukong. He is a spirit-based nuker that ignores defense and is therefore just better. Right? So, because of that, and better than Yannicka is what I mean to say. Because of that, Yannicka's value drops off a little bit. What I would say, though, is once you get established, and by established, I mean you have clan boss on farm, then I would start getting the fragments for Yannicka and save her up as a fragment summon to complete an event of some kind. Clan v clan, champion chase, something of that sort is what I would do with a Yannicka. Because they're both spirit affinity, and Sun Wukong is just better. If she wasn't spirit affinity, you could get her and use her as a different affinity PvP nuker, and she would totally be fine for the a starting account. But yeah, the fact that you can get Monkey King on a promo code day one, it diminishes Yannicka's value because you're never going to use her as a nuker because you have Sun Wukong. Any situation you would use Yannicka, you would use Sun Wukong, with the exception being Faction Wars and Cursed City. And that's why I'm saying you can use those fragments later. And of course, if you get a week where the shop is this, there's really no gear in here or no rewards that would be good for a new account, then go ahead and grab the Yannicka fragments. But that's just my thoughts. Oh, sorry, I forgot to send that. All right, we are going to start the account takeover. Let me go ahead and block my camera just for the protection of whoever. I'll leave both my accounts logged in. That seems reasonable. That way, if I need to reference something on the accounts, I can. I do have the Teddy camera back up and running, by the way. He's not there right now. But if I do this, Teddy, There you go. Good boy. Like the best I can do with the camera and the way that I have it mounted for now. Sorry, I'm taking too long. I'm about to log in. But Teddy gets a treat whenever somebody becomes a member on the channel. Can you get on my, I'm going to assume it says account from free. So, uh, Cosmo, I'm just going to call you Cosmo. If you're looking for an account takeover, this is what you need to do for a takeover. I do ask that people that I do account takeovers for just become members of the channel. It's either $2.99 US dollars or $4.99 US dollars. It's the same cost as a Twitch subscription, or it's actually cheaper than a Twitch subscription. The only reason I ask for people to become members is because it just uses up time for me, and it's just something that I offer for people to become members. It's just an incentive. It's the only thing I can think of as an incentive for people to become members other than just supporting me. Um, but it's far cheaper to become a member than it is to. Okay, no problem. So the account takeover is canceled. And I apologize, guys. However, let's do. Who wants an type just for now? Type one in chat if you're interested in a takeover. Wait, don't I owe you one, Josh? I think I owe you one, right? What do I owe you one for? I feel like I remember this. I feel like we had like a thing and I owe you something. Well, I was gonna do a not like a not a giveaway, but I was gonna use the giveaway function. Um, Well, no, I don't know if I actually owe him one. Am I? All right. I'm going to make it randomly pick. Give me 1 second. All right. Type Takeover in chat. This only works for members, so if you're not a member and you type it, it won't matter. Okay. Not exclamation takeover, just takeover. It told me I'm not allowed to enter it because I'm the wrong user level. Ooh, Kevin coming in sneaky. All right. Any other members that want to become that want to give me 1 second here. I'm gonna turn my screen back on so people joining aren't like, what the hell? This is just a black screen and a dog. But it is Teddy. You know, they should stay to see Teddy, right? All right, I'm gonna pick a winner. All right, I'm gonna pick a different winner. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Um, you got Chris on Saturday. Congrats, Titanic. All right, so Sean. So, um, Josh, we're gonna do your your account takeover. Message me in Discord, and I'll take over your stuff. Collusion. Wait, you won, Josh. What do you mean collusion? By the way, if you're saying collusion, I assume that you know. Is it Yobo Goya? What do you mean you can't? Are you in Discord? Double click on my name. Hello, hello. I need a takeover so bad myself. No problem. This is how you can get a takeover. This will basically um basically so I do ask that takeovers become members of the channel. There's a join button at the bottom of the screen, right under my face, that says join. That's how you can sign up to become a member. If you become a member, then we can schedule a takeover in the future and get that taken care of. But that's the only thing that I ask, is that people become members of the channel. I know some people charge $20, $50 for takeovers. I'm not about that, but I just want to try and build the brand, the channel a little bit, and subscriptions are a great way. So for me to do that, and honestly, it sounds crappy, but I can't think of anything better to offer memberships, or offer to members, other than that they only want to support me, right? So I want to give you guys an incentive to become a member. It's like a reward, less of like a give me money for me to do a service, right? It literally won't let you. I don't think I'm on DND, but just type in the general chat. Huh. Stand by one moment. Members. I have no clue. Hey, real quick, um, do any of you that are not members see the join button below my face? Hey, Mountain Grizzly, thank you for joining. So I guess somebody sees it.
Shoot him, Kevin!
Shoot him, Kevin. And then Teddy gets a treat. Teddy, new membership. Come on. You got to come on camera for it. There you go. Good boy. All right, so it's there. I'm going to send this message real quick. We're still doing they did a little troubleshooting there for you. So Joshua, I see you. There we go. It'd be really funny if it wasn't Joshua that just messaged in the chat. Like some of you, like Titanic could have gone in to be like, "I'm Joshua," and friggin' stole it from you. It'd be funny. You don't have to be my friend unless you can still type to me if you're not my friend. I don't accept friend requests. No offense. He's such a good boy. See, now I love how I raised the camera so you could like see him more. This cord is here for stabilization, but it's not working right now. Oh no. There we go. Rude. All right, let me block my screen. Nope, that's Teddycam. That's my camera. Professional streamer, guys. All right. Do a 6-star Gorgorab or a Neri? My Gorgorab is fully booked and a Neri is half. Suggestions. So Gorgorab is a mini Arbiter. If you don't have Arbiter yet, you could use him in that sense. However, a Neri is going to last on your account for much longer. So I would go a Neri. You're going to use a Neri, and a Neri carries me through some content, actually. I don't know if you caught the moment that I saw your... Can you... Yeah, Aura, you're expect an update on my free to play account. I want to record that. I wanted to record it today, but I'll be recording it tomorrow. Oh, I see. I'm just dumb and copied that whole line. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. I copied the part after the space there. So, my apologies. I'm just dumb. Oh, good. It's your username so I can laugh about it. I didn't want to give away your info. All right. Let me read this real quick. I I don't know. So, I was just Googling this. There are a few reasons why you might not be able to see the join button below my face. Um, you might be in a country where memberships are not available. It might be the platform you're watching me on. It might not be visible. The you might need to verify your country before you can see the plans and levels available to you. Um, those are the reasons that AI Google suggested. So I have memberships turned on. People saw them. We just saw someone sign up for a membership. So I do apologize. I feel really shitty about it because like I don't. Oh, sorry, this is not my account. I'm like clicking buttons and everything. Let me turn the screen on. I accepted one of your rewards for one of your events, by the way. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm not going to touch anything here. Um, I feel shitty about it because I want to be able to do takeovers for people. But here's the thing. I understand it's behind a paywall, and that's kind of a shitty thing, and I don't want it to be. I cannot think of any other way to incentivize people to become members. So I just do takeovers for members. That's the best way that I feel like I can justify it, right? It's just the only thing I feel like I can offer my members. Besides exclusive content, my viewership isn't big enough to make exclusive videos, right? For those people that can't become members, I, I don't I don't know what else. I mean, if if I do a takeover for you, but someone became a member 6 months ago to get a takeover, that's not fair to them, right? Maybe I'll start doing takeover giveaways for non-members, like doing them like once a month or something. Um, maybe I can do that to help you guys that can't become members. But even then, other people could win them, right? And so that doesn't really balance it all out. So I don't really have a solution for it. I have to think on it. But yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Um, no, like I love doing account takeovers. I would love most accounts. I don't want, it's just one of those things that makes it difficult. Hey, Josh, thanks for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. I collected a rarity charm. I didn't hurt your account, Josh. There you go, Teddy. Treat. Good boy. I mean, if I get to a point where, I'm running out of room to do account takeovers, then, I'll have to change things up. But for right now, that's the plan. So I have, I'll make changes to it, and I can probably set it up so if I do a giveaway, I can just not include members, because if it's specifically for non-members, then that's incentive, right? So I can set up a non-member giveaway so members can't be a part of it. I can, because in the way that I do things, I can just uncheck the member box, so only non-members can do it, which increases your guys' chances. But yeah, it sucks, and I'm sorry that you guys um, aren't able to be a part of that. The other thing too is if you ever get gifted a membership, right? Obviously that membership went to South. South. I love saying that name. Obviously that membership went to South, but maybe you get gifted a membership at some point, and if you do, your name turns green in here, right? You can see that's why Joshua Lynch's name is green. Same thing for if you scroll up a little bit, Mountain Grizzly, because he became a member, and then Sean Butterfield, right? So, um, if you ever get gifted a membership, just come and be, hey, I got gifted a membership. I really want to take over. I got you, right? So the best way to get gifted a membership is hang out and chat. This is the best I can. I don't know. That's the best I got. Okay, enough about this. I am gonna try and focus up, and we are gonna try and do this account takeover here for our man Josh, active in the channel for a very, very long time. Just had a baby, if I read your messages earlier correctly. So, congratulations on that. Let's take a look. I know you already told me what you want help with, but if you could give me a little bit. Oh, pregnant now. I apologize. If you could give me a little bit more info of what you're looking for me to target here. Yeah, vodka's correct. You can't, unfortunately, in the current state of memberships, you cannot pick somebody when you gift memberships. It's random. Mm. So technically, there's a cheaper account takeover than mine, and that's Blazin. I'm going to give a shout out to Blazin. Blazin does them during sponsorships if you complete the sponsorship goal for him. So feel free to take a look and check out Blazin. I've done a few his podcast a couple of times. So that is the cheapest, but mine is far cheaper than any of the other content creators that do takeovers. And I guess technically Boozer, I think, does them for free, right? I think he only does like one a month though. Something like that. One a week. I don't know. I watch them occasionally and he talks about it at the beginning of the video, but I tune it out every time. Just really looking to one key Ultra Nightmare. If you look at my roster, you can see that I'm trying to build quite a bit right now. That's not true, Shepard. So my community is still very, very small, and people get gifted memberships. I gift memberships whenever I pull a legendary. So there's a chance that you might get gifted a membership in those instances. So, and again, I will try to do a members one. Let me think on it. Like, full disclosure, my life is really up in the air right now. I might not be living here as early as next week, let alone, and then I'm definitely not, more than likely not living here in the next couple months. So like, don't worry, everything's fine. No marital issues or anything like that. Just military stuff, right? So we might be moving and we don't know really what's going on. And normally you know this kind of stuff, but there's so many balls in the air right now that I don't know what's going on. So that is a future problem that I cannot solve right now. I've barely made any content in the last couple days because our lives have been so stressful. So um takeovers for channel points takes a long time to gain them. Yeah, that's my problem, Josh. I do too much at once. Yeah. Also, if you want coaching and you aren't in the clan, you can tag me in the Discord so that I get a notice that you need help. Yeah, so if you're a clan member, Skydoodle does takeovers as well. He does great takeovers. He's actually influenced me quite a bit. Um, quick shout out to him for, although it bugged me a little bit, but he was right about my approach on Odin, which I'm going to be making a video on Odin here pretty soon. So, anyways, we need to do the takeover. Let me take a look at your account. So first thing I'm going to do is dive into it. Of course. Okay. Like what I'm seeing so far. The +1 Nethril? I will say, quick recommendation. By the way, fill these in. Even if you're just putting 3-star food in here, it's just free 4 stars, right? Faction Guardians over +1. No, don't be sorry that you were right, and I'll talk about it when I make the video. 1 month in the game. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. You know, it's important. All right. Do you have a key? It's okay if you don't. 19 minutes, but I can still, since you've run a key, I can look at what your team is. So you're doing a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, huh? Yeah, these banana. You're doing a really good 2-key, too. You're at 50 right now. Interesting. I can't remember how auras are displayed here. Who's your aura? Is it Newt or Cardial? And by the way, I already hate you for having Cardial. Cardio. Okay. What is Estra doing for you in the team? Increase speed, I guess. Hmm. So, first of all, and this is, I want to be clear about this too, and I forgot to open this because we've been so scatterbrained. Every account takeover I do, the main purpose, my main goal on the takeover is everything that we're doing is all my opinion, right? This is all my opinion. We're gonna get input from the chat, but I am not a, you know, there what I love about this game is you can have multiple people giving opinions, advice, support, right? So keep all that in mind when we're kind of going about this. Build a Demitha team. Are you already building one, or are you not familiar with the Demitha team? You have all the pieces. Give me one moment. I just want to double check. Okay. Okay. So this team, and I'm going to message it to you in Discord, and then I'll bring it up over here. So this team, Deacon, Seeker, Eris, who's a campaign farmable rare, and Demitha. You have all the pieces for this unkillable team. With the account you have, I doubt the speeds are going to be a problem for you. But again, you're probably just... Yeah, there's other ones too. There's the Mytha Rosh card teams. So Myth Tower, I think is it's called. Hold on, it's on another thing. There we go. Yeah. So if we do speed tunes and we do Rosh card the tower, I think it's Myth Tower. I'm gonna get to it, I promise. Myth Tower. Yeah, so this one has more reasonable speeds using Rosh card and Demitha. You just need a DPS, a debuff blocker, and a cleanser. Okay, so what are you doing? You have a Duchess. Oh wait, Cardiel apparently brings... I don't know Cardiel's kid, even though I love him. But yeah, there's your block debuffs. This is an extra... Okay, just wanted to make sure that that didn't screw it up at all. And then other effects, positive, removes debuffs. Yeah, you've got your Mithrala that could do it. You could get away with it on Anugo as well. And Korra would be really, really good to do it, because she would also give you cooldown. Actually, that would mess up the speed tune. We don't want to do that. Disregard everything I just said. But yeah, Mithrala would be fine. He cleanses also. Well, hey, there you go. Yep. I can't read, apparently. Yeah. So, Cardiel will solve your team for you. So basically, you have several different options, right? There's the Myth Tower team. Again, this is way more reasonable speeds. And the ally attack from Cardiel will help you get some pretty good DPSers in there. Because you'll actually be able to use two, I suppose, since Cardiel does both of these things. I would still put your other DPS at this speed. I would recommend, if you're looking for who to have as a DPS there, I would recommend Nethril, because this is really, really good poison. You know, like you could get a lot of poisons out of it. And then trying to think of like A1 synergies. I mean, you could just bring Geo as well then, if you wanted to. I don't think Geo, the way damage is working in the game these days, I think Geo's damage is falling short of some others. I would avoid using Ninja because of the turn meter increase here. Can screw that up a little bit. Oh, there you go. I would do Xavia. Because she would instantly activate the poison. So you could do Xavia and Nethril as your damage dealers. And then you're getting a lot of ally attacks, so you're going to generate a lot of those poisons, and Xavia will help keep that in check because she'll take off a lot of those poisons faster. You think bad choice? Why is that? I thought she had poison sensitivity, but she doesn't. Yeah. I thought about maybe Tomb Drang too for activating burns, but you kind of want to keep that burn up too with Geo, and so you wouldn't really want to activate it. I'm not a huge fan of Newt in Clan Boss because of the damage cap on his damage output. But he would be a potential weakened champion for you if you needed to go that route. Yes, you are. Oh, no, it depends on which team he runs. I don't care. Sorry, you're right. You're right. I would recommend, if it were me, I would recommend the first team that I suggested. Sorry, I'm going to have to go back 4 pages. Which is the Deacon team, because you're bringing increased attack, you're bringing decreased defense, but the speeds are harder to hit. If these speeds are harder to hit, then yes, you want to make sure you're bringing your decreased defense and weakened champion. I don't think you have anybody. Thank you for pointing that out to me, because I was definitely sleeping on that. That has both. $50, $60. I don't know that I'm super confident on the low chance of this landing. I don't know how hard she hits, though. Rathalos would work well. If you're using Cardio, then you have a lot of chances at the decreased defense there. I don't know how hard she hits, though. You could bring Geo and get Weaken out of Geo, too. Who can replace a Seeker? There is a build of it that uses, as a Seeker replacement, that uses the bat, Doomscreech. I know they're both bats. You'd have to look it up, but I do think the speeds are a little bit different. So the reason that Seeker works so well is that he does turn meter fill by 30% and then takes an extra turn. And it's just sorry. He takes an extra turn immediately after, which then is an A1, which puts this on a 2-turn cooldown essentially instead of a 3-turn. Yeah, exactly. Really, Ruella hits really hard, so Ruella would be a good option for you potentially for a weekend. I would still bring a decreased defense champion on an A1 like Rathalos. And if you do like Rathalos Geomancer, you're going to get decent damage out of your Rathalos. Yeah, the speeds are much faster with the Doom Screech version. And Doom Screech isn't exactly easy to get either. Um, because he is also, while he's a rare, he's also a void rare, which in some cases these are hard to get still. So that would be, but there are teams that work with him. It's just easier with Seeker. I honestly think the best team that you could build, by the way, is the Myth Air team. If possible, I used this team, except it was Myth Fu, so the speeds are a little bit more achievable because I had Fushan's Aura in it. But with this team, um, oh, you'll see the speeds go down a little bit if you use Deacon's Aura, by the way, which I assume you would do. Um, but I used this unkillable team. I don't use it any longer on my main account. You can actually see I used to use it. I literally just changed this weekend and got away from it. This is my account we just swapped over to. Um, but if I was to do another key, you'll see I've got I may have deleted it actually. Yeah, I deleted it. Well, that sucks. Whole point of me logging over here, coming over here. But yeah, I did use that very team. It just used Fushan as the lead for a very long time. She's defense down. It's just inconsistent, and it's on an A2 instead of the A1. That's why I said she would be good. I mean, you could bring her to do everything if you want. I just don't think it's consistent enough. Doesn't matter. I would have still ran Myth 2 if it wasn't. I'm sorry for clicking all your stuff here. Oh, this is still my account. Ha! I don't feel bad now. It is pretty consistent. Look, guys, I feel some aggression in the words headed my way. I don't know. I've never built her. I'm saying that it's a 75 or sorry, 50, 65, 70% chance. Oh, but it's on each hit. I misread this. Everyone calm down. I read this as the first hit had a chance to land decreased defense. The second chance had a chance to do weaken, and the third chance had a chance to do decreased speed. I misread it. I don't know how I misread it, but I did. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I don't know why you watch me, but you do. Who's dumber? The dummy that can't read or the dummy that watches him? No, no, no. You guys are good. You guys are good. I'm making fun of myself here. Yeah, no, this would be really, really good. Um, even though it's on a 4-turn cooldown, with the speeds that you'd be running, and then also filling turn meter out of her as well. Ooh, that's tricky. You'd have to turn this off, I would assume. Yeah, you would. You'd have to turn this off. You don't have any rare skill tomes, but here's the great thing about farmable champions is that you can feed them themselves. So if you're looking at the Eris as an option, you can just farm Eris. I'll show you where to farm her. So it's campaign. It kind of sucks because you'd have to do a lot of Palace of Arabia because she doesn't drop super heavy. But you can get your books out of her there. Does he have Elva? No. You'll get there though. That's what I'm saying. So those are unkillable teams. If I was to improve your current team, I'm just gonna take a quick look at it again. I think you need to do some testing first of all, and I might get some flack from this from Vodka. But if I'm looking in a bubble and I'm only looking at a clan boss team, I would run Brimstone on your cardio. Again, that's looking very narrow-minded. You may want him to have that ability, that blessing in other areas of the game. I totally respect that if your decision. If I'm simply trying to improve the damage output of your clan boss team and only your clan boss team, I would say go Brimstone on cardio because you have the same level blessing on Geo. So you're going to get the same amount. You're double dipping here and it's just wasteful. Right? Also, I think you need to reconsider this blessing on Newt just in general because of the cap on enemy max HP damage. So ignoring defense will help you reach that cap sooner, but I will tell you right now that my Newt, who is you already have in Savage as well, my Newt already hits the cap in Nightmare. I don't have him in Savage, and I don't have him in Crushing Rend. You have an Enda? Okay, well, we're going to end the account takeover here because he has an Enda. Nah, but do you get my point, though? So there's a cap on enemy max HP damage, and so you can only go up to that cap, and his multiplier is so good that you will likely hit that cap. Like, you will very likely hit that cap. So if you're hitting that cap, ignoring defense doesn't do anything for you because you can't exceed that cap, even if you do ignore the defense. Correct. His other skills are not capped. If that's what you're doing it for, thumbs up. That's fine. If you're doing it because you're trying to increase the damage of the A3, you're better off probably just getting more crit damage. You're probably hitting the cap with it right now because you're running crit rate gloves, and if that's the route you want to go and you don't want to go more crit damage, you're fine. I can't wait to show you my other team. All right, let me demonstrate. I agree his other stuff matters, but I just built this team and I kind of want to show you. So no Savage on any of these enemy max HP nukers, right? What the hell? I don't know why he A1'd. I need to fix this. What is going on? Oh, that was a counterattack. Okay. I think I have him coded wrong, by the way, because he's A1ing more than he should. Like, we have enough cooldown refreshing that he should be A3ing. And this is not a great affinity for this team, but still. Oh, now I'm just embarrassing myself. So on the really good affinity that I used this on the other day, it was super fast. Now it no worky, because I dumb. What happened in the team setup there? Like, something wasn't right. Why did he A1? I want that to be used as much as possible. I want to open with the A1. Open with that. And I want to set this to second choice. Set that to second choice. Alright. Anyways, that was weird, but I just want to make sure that you're aware of it. Let's put it that way. I just want to make sure that you're aware that you may not need Savage because you're likely hitting the damage cap anyways. A better way to show you, since I haven't run my teams yet, did I save my other team? I haven't. I'm just going to do this so I can show you what I'm talking about. Let me first show you the newt too. So 101 crit rate, 277% crit damage. No Savage, right? Teddy's gone, so I'm going to take off his camera. We'll look at Hydra for sure, but I wanted to show you really quickly kind of what I'm talking about. And this is not exactly the best Hydra team, by the way. Like, I'm currently working on fixing. In fact, I'm taking Newt out of my Hydra team, just so you know. But Ugo. Okay. So my Acrisia doesn't hit the cap. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So, all right, so I'm going to use Newt here, all right? So there's no decreased defense. There's no weaken on this head. He might... I'm going to hit this head instead. 248, 391, 248, 391, 248, 391, right? How do I know that's the cap? Because it's the same amount of damage every single time. And when you see Acrisia go, by the way, no decreased defense on that head, no weaken on that head, right? But if we watch Acrisia, different damage, 222, 216. She is not hitting the cap currently, but Newt does hit the cap. I don't recommend Newt for Clan Boss. I mostly use him here because I haven't had good damage dealers, but now I have Varl and Thor. One of those is going to be the replacement for Newt, but the point that I wanted to show you is that when you hit that cap, it doesn't matter what else that you do. You're not going to increase his damage output, right? Now, you may need that Savage here right now because your crit damage is a lot lower than mine. So that ignore defense can make up for that damage. But the thing is, if you don't force yourself to use Savage Gear, can you use crit damage gloves? Can you make crit damage gloves work without Savage Gear and hit these higher crit damage levels and maybe better speeds too, right? It's a conversation of what benefits your account better. Also, if we go back to your account, so we're back on your account, your accuracy 246. I I feel like you could probably use someone other than Ninja, maybe Cold Heart here, but I don't know. Depends on how well you're getting. Can I run this? Is this the what difficulty of hard do you farm on? Why is whose defense so low? Newt's? If you're asking why, wait, whose Newt are you asking about? You farm on stage 2? Yeah, you're looking at a 3-minute farm. Let's take a look and see why it's so long. Yeah, who's Newt? My Newt or the Takeover Newt? Okay. So this is why your runs are super long, and I think it's something that people forget about. I will say your Newt is going to do way better in wave clearing with that Savage set than mine does. I'm going to give you props on that. I'll take no. He has Savage set on his Newt, so it's possible maybe he's running a different. I think it would be defense. I think it was defense. I think I looked at it. It was defense. Yeah, you smoke people with the A1. That just takes a long time on wave clear, or the A3. It just takes a long time with wave clear. So I think Ninja's a miss here. And the reason I say that is because he's not doing anything for you. I'm gonna keep that for you just in case it's good. I don't know what you like or don't like. So Ninja doesn't do anything for you in wave clear, and while he does bring some freeze, I guess, if maybe that's your thought, I don't think that's really worth it. I think you'd be better off bringing an extra multi-hitter. I would recommend Cold Heart. And again, there's a lot of different opinions, and there's probably a champion that I'm missing here. But I would say Cold Heart because of the 4 times hitter. When you also pair that with Phantom Touch, which you're using Hero Soul for Spider, but you're probably doing Spider hard now and don't really need Hero Soul anymore. You do Phantom Touch, you get some extra procs in there, get some extra damage. So I would do Cold Heart. I will check, yeah. We include vaults. Neldor's a high elf. Alright, so you have Neldor, and then you have both of them. So if you're looking, and which you didn't plan to talk about this, the reason I wanted to see what kind of, if the accuracy on your newt was holding up. That's why I wanted to look. It is. It looked like I didn't see any like not reducing turn meters, but you could go Neldor or Cryodan. The other thing, and I don't know who to use in this instance, is to improve your wave clear. Now, this is the same thing I struggle with on my main team. I've already mentioned that, to get rid of Crushing Rend on the newt. Yeah, definitely take out the Ninja, and I would definitely put in Cryodan or one of the others. Now, if I show you my team still suffers from very similar effects of being very, very long because they don't have good wave clear. And I've actually considered putting the Rabbit in, or Thor, to try and get better wave clear on my account. But what Cryodan and Ninja will do, if you bear with me through this run, obviously I have double newt. Just assume that one of those newts is a Cryodan. Your team was well, but again, you see the waves just take way too long. So what I want to do is take out... By the way, my second newt finally has hooks, I think, in him. So now he decreases turn meter better than what he did. But what I want to do is bring in another wave clearer. I could also go... Who's the... There might be a newt behind one of those. While that's running, I'm trying to think of the guy. Yeah, Carl. Man, every time I click, that's when I think about it. I might bring a Yakarl just for a little bit of extra, and of course for decreased speed as well. If I can build him well enough, he might be able to clear the waves a lot easier. But this team doesn't bring any decreased defense, so he'd have to be in pretty good gear, and I'm a little low on gear at the moment. And then here, I turn off a lot of abilities because I want them for the main fight. So you're going to see a lot of A1s at a newt. It just makes the run take a while. Now, I'm not scared of anything here because Mikage is just doing her A2, her second form stuff. I think your Carl's already booked on this account. This is on my main account. I'm on my main account. I'm not telling him for his account. Let's go back to your account. I just simply wanted to show you what Cryodan can do for you on my account. And it just takes forever because I'm using I don't have any wave clear. I thought about using Thor because Thor gets a lot of hits in and he has a double hitter on the A1 as well. But so does your Carl. Well, if you're looking for a clan. Alright. Appreciate you bearing with me. Okay. So you'll see I metamorph. We come in and we hit a bunch of times, right? Because Cryodan has a multi-hitter and freeze on that multi-hitter. And then you'll see turn meter way down, right? Newts come in with their A1s. More A1s, reducing turn meter. Right? So he's never getting a turn here. Now, I don't have decreased speed, which is something that I need, which is a problem in this game. But he never gets a turn in my team. And then I have a chance that I get Blessed Bash back from Padrick, which is why I run him here. There we go. So not my best time by far. I need better wave clear for sure. But you saw Cryodan help keep that turn meter down. So Cryodan's a really good option for you to help keep that turn meter down. But that's not what we were talking about. The reason I brought that up was because I wanted to see, just in general, if your Newt had enough accuracy. Looked like he did have enough accuracy that you were decreasing that turn meter consistently. So I'm not worried about that. I would say you're way too up on like 12% over crit rate. You probably, I understand, like, probably you want sets and you probably have more crit rate on one of these pieces than you would like, but I'll say if you're able to get that 12% over, you can probably find a way to get crit damage gloves to work too. If you can get crit damage gloves with some crit rate and get a roll on it, it could help you. By the way, you have a lot of trash gear taking up space. Like, you've got 3 stars and whites and... Why is it life gear? Okay. Okay. Let me take a look here. Oh, I really like your build on Cardial. I like your speed, 288 speed. again, like I said, with the blessing cruelty, if you want it for another area of the game, that's fine. But since you're mostly running other epics and such, you can have cruelty on them and then use a better blessing that might suit you better from the legendary ones. Um, I'm not saying by any means that you have to do that. It's just what I would do, right? No, I am not doing the fusion. I got tempted for a second, and then I changed my mind. Yeah, so think about this for a second, right? Like your Sun Wukong, is he your PvP nuker? What's your PvP team? Let's take a look at that real quick. You should be in gold 5. This is a pet peeve, and I'm not gonna call them out by name, but I do have somebody in my clan that does this, and it tilts me. You should stay at gold 5. You are missing out on 4% to all your stats right now. And so I understand shit happens, whatever. I would keep that in mind. I'm going to tell you right now, you don't need Rathalos. And I'm going to tell you why you're probably running him. You're probably running Rathalos because Wukong can't kill anybody. This is my account. We swapped back to my free-to-play. This is my free-to-play account. Just first team I find. Yes, I have Odin. You said no, that's not why you run him? Oh, I might lose to this team because of... Ah! Do I have time? I caught it. Well, that makes me look stupid right there. Because I was going to show you my Wukong one-shotting everybody. I should be able to do it here. I think it's the targets he's choosing. So it's faster than that. I might lose the turn meter on this one. What's happening today? I don't understand why it feels like my Sun Wukong's hitting like a wet noodle. I love how I'm doing an account takeover on my own account now. What did I do? I don't need Armands in this team either. Okay. Well, anyways, I'll run your team. You asked me to run it. It's not going to work on this one. But I knew you were going to lose that one. That one wasn't fair. So my point is that if you build Wukong correctly, let me see if I can find a somewhat reasonable team. I don't know who I would want to put in there. Probably a weekend of some kind, but I know. That's what I'm talking about. And I understand that it took me a long time to get there, right? But you're building a go first team on your account. Your Arbiter is faster than mine. So my Arbiter... Oh, no, she's not. Sorry, 325. I think I just boosted her. And you're 316. But your Wukong can one-shot whole teams. And what I'm saying, my point is, you're doing across your team what two... You're doing with two champions what one champion could do. And so, like, what you could do to make Wukong hit even harder if you built him in Savage. And then you could bring Estrid as well. That's going to give you a little bit of extra oomph, right? Because you're going to get that weaken. And you're running a defense percent on him. You would want that to be attack percent, right? So that's why he's hitting so weak, because his attack is really low. If we go back to my account real quick. So, you know, I'm at 5,600 attack, 99% crit rate, 276% crit damage, and in Savage. You're almost at 200% crit damage, 109, but lower attack, 3,000 attack. And then swap out this crit damage amulet when you have the chance too. Because, yes, this one has accuracy. Your accuracy is... So, okay, there's two ways to go. Like, if you really want your Wukong to steal buffs and you want that to be his whole shtick, if you can hit that with Savage and the crit damage and crit rate and everything you want, great. That's awesome. For me, and again, this is my opinion, I know you guys are going to come at me in the comments for this one, but for me, I run an accuracy banner, but I don't worry too much about accuracy in the rest of the kit. Not everybody agrees with that, but I built him as a nuker. He is just my main nuker on my account. My main AoE nuker. That's what I want him to do, right? So there's no accuracy on this one, but I would go for the higher crit damage one. You already have crit damage gloves. Great that you got crit rate on it too. So you could potentially take some of this crit rate out, ascend this piece up, and then maybe free up. Maybe that makes it easier for you to hit Savage on this set, right? So I mean, I can take stuff. You do have money. I can level stuff up, but what I'm trying to mostly do, and maybe this isn't the right way to do account takeovers, but it's the way that I feel comfortable with it, is giving you my opinions directly by looking at what you have and trying to find a way to improve what you've got going. But like this chest is really really good for your newt, right? It's a perception chest. It's defense percent. Again, here you're using HP percent. That's okay, but your defense is low. On Newt, it's not so bad. But for your Wukong, I would look for an attack percent chest. So it doesn't look like you've got an attack percent chest in Savage yet. But what you could do, what Savage gear do we have? That's a better way to start. We should include equipped. Let's do this. I'm going to rebuild your Wukong not in actuality. I'm going to rebuild Wukong in the fitting room. And let's see if I can make something work for you. Hmm. I'm not a big fan of any of these pieces, but I'm willing to bet that I can find you the crit rate you need elsewhere. And we're only losing, you're already over and we're only losing 14. So I'm just going to use this one for now. Bear in mind that's only level 12. That would go up to 16 and you would get more out of it. Are we lucky enough to have anything that's really good? That's not that doesn't make the cut. Man, that has a lot of crit rate on it. If you're running Cold Heart is the same rules that I mentioned earlier when it comes to Savage, right? All right, so that actually makes up a big chunk of the difference there. The weapon is the hardest part here. What about a shield? There we go. That gives us some wiggle room. And so for the weapon, and I want to sort this by crit rate. So what is your highest crit rate weapon? That'd take you down too much, it looks like. All right, what? Let me put the filters back on. Did we have anything in Savage? So what if we go with this weapon? And I need 13. Well, I'm going to need more than that. 19% crit rate. Oh, because this piece already had... Man, that was misleading. Okay. So that's still going to not work. I need to find your gloves. There they are. So if we fully ascend this, which we can't do right now, it would go... So if I take it... The max is 8% more crit rate. And that's not enough. There is the chance that this gets a roll in crit rate. This already got 2 rolls in crit rate. Maybe you have better crit damage gloves. Maybe I just try to get you... You know what? Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Primary stat, crit damage, substat, crit rate. Highest crit rate. Oh, yeah, you're like right there. Yeah. So those gloves are still better. I'd say these gloves are actually better as well. Okay. Possibilities. The main issue I'm having is no crit rate here. On the chest. We've got crit rate everywhere else. Unlucky that we didn't get a roll on the crit rate. You had a better weapon. You did have a better weapon that had more crit rate. Yeah, it was Newt's weapon. No attack, but better crit rate. So if I ascend that, to... Can I ascend this? I don't want to waste your stuff. Yeah, 2 to 4%. Okay. So it's only 99% crit. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. This is with everything tried on here. So it's only 99% crit rate. And you lost a little bit of crit damage, but you did gain some attack. This is not 16, which it should be. And then you're going to have a better crit damage neck that I would recommend you doing. So there's 2 options you have. One, farm a little bit more Sand Devil and get the resources needed to ascend that crit damage glove one more turn, and you're over your crit cap, which, yay, right? The other thing is you can run the Slayer crit damage neck. But if it were me, I would rock 99%, and I would level this up to 16. This is a ton more crit damage. The difference between... So, where is it? If I upgrade this, it's 40% crit damage. Your 5-star one is 33%. So 7% difference in crit damage there that you would get. And you're ignoring defense. Your attack would be even higher because this is only 39%, and this goes all the way up to 60. You're at 20% more attack if that goes to 16. It really can screw you sometimes. I completely agree. I know not everyone is a fan of the 99%. I am. But again, there's two ways that you can mitigate that. If you want to mitigate that temporarily to avoid any hiccups, use the Slayer neck, because that gives you 5% crit rate and puts you at 100%, right? So I'll recommend that one for now. But what I would do is ascend these gloves one more time, get the extra crit rate, and then you can use better crit damage gloves in the end. Also, is this all your... I don't think I have any filters on, right? Let me refresh filters. Yeah. So no filters. So you're pretty strapped when it... You're pretty weak when it comes to gear. I'm going to save this. So I can get out of that and take a look at the ring here. Yeah, I'm willing to bet. I'm going to take this to 8. You've told me already I can do whatever I want to do on the account. I don't like doing that, but I'm going to take this to 8 just to see how it rolls. So this is a level 8 ring, and this is already 22 attack higher than what your current ring is. Yes, it's an attack ring, but no substat percentage. So you're getting the percentage and the attack roll. So this will probably equate to more attack if this is taken fully up to 16, right? You probably... Maybe you linked it to Discord. I don't know. So this would also be better for you in the long run. And then for banner, you have an accuracy banner here that has speed and attack. So again, this is another one. I'll take this to 12. It didn't take a lot of silver. Beautiful. Love that. So the one you're wearing does have more attack. This one's going to have more accuracy in the end. I would probably still run this banner, and then the attack loss that you get, you'll make up for with an enchantment, right? And you get more speed out of it, so you're going to be even faster than what you currently are. So this is a banner that I would recommend, right? And that's going to help you out. But I know I didn't do a great representation of it on my account. This is my account. Like, I'll show you my builds real quick. So 190 speed, 99% crit rate, 276 crit damage, 5600 attack. Attack percent on the chest. I got a bad roll on the Ascension. We can fix that. Crit damage on the gloves. You'll see crit rate, substat, right? Crit damage, crit rate, attack. Crit rate. Would love to have crit damage here too. We don't. Crit rate, crit damage. You'll see I go a lot of crit rate on my shields if I can, because I can't get attack percent here anyways. Speed on the boots, attack percent roll, right? Not even a speed roll, attack percent roll. Crit rate. And then look at the huge crit rate roll I had on this chest. That's why I'm running this chest. When you have a larger gear pool, because you don't have like a super large gear pool, when you have a larger gear pool, you'll be able to take what I call them stat sticks. It's a term from WoW. But I'll take a piece of gear that trip rolls into crit rate, and I'll use that gear to make another another build work. I can make Savage work here because I get so much crit rate from this. And you'll see, like, I'm already using the crit damage Slayer for the 5%, and I'm still only hitting 99, right? I'm pushing my champion to its limit. But, filler pieces, yeah. But I'm using a piece like this purely for its stats, purely for that crit rate. No. I could, and that would probably fix it, but we're not here to build my account, but I'm trying to show you. And then I know, like, I picked a couple of bad teams that didn't really showcase what it can do. And it doesn't help that I'm using a redundant team that I need to fix. I don't want him to do the polymorph. And there you go. All right. Now, I could throw in a weakened champion or something in there to make that a little more consistent. But it is really fast if you have a fast nuker to follow it up, basically. So, on yours, and again, like, yeah, you'll see, like, you're going... Really, I think you're going heavy for the accuracy part of his kit, which is fine, but that A2, this ignores 50% of defense, and then the follow-up hit also ignores 50% of the defense. So if you have him in Savage, now you're at 75% ignoring defense, and then throw in... Yeah, you're even rocking War Master. If you throw in Helm Smasher, there's a chance that you're... a 50% chance that you're ignoring all of their defense, right? Which is huge. I was talking about that at the beginning of this recording even. So that's how I would build my Wukong. Now, if you have a nuker on here that you think you would rather build, that's fine. This is just that's how I would do it. And then, well, so Helm Smasher, I don't like Helm Smasher unless I'm 6 stars, and that's just because I'm lazy. But I will say, if we're opening with that A2, Helm Smasher makes a lot of sense. Or sorry, wait, you said, oh, Helm Smasher? Yeah, Helm Smasher. I thought I already talked about that. You're running War Master, and I said Helm Smasher to ignore... What did I say? I probably didn't say Helm Smasher. I probably said War Master or something. But yeah, Helm Smasher, you have a 50% chance of doing 100% ignoring defense. I thought you were talking about the Blessing. Sorry. Eventually you can get Crushing Rend, but I wouldn't do Crushing Rend unless you're 6 stars. And even that, you don't need it. Yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry. The delay gets me sometimes, right? But yeah. So I don't think this is necessary for your new, and I would go defense percent if you can on the chest. HP's fine. But it would increase your passive your damage from him that's not his A3. So what you could do if you were to fix, I say fix, it's the wrong word, but if you were to rebuild your Sun Wukong the way that I'm saying, you could then do Arbiter into Estrid for the decreased speed and the weaken, and the turn meter decrease, which gives you some extra time. And then obviously you're already doing that with Deacon as well. And then Wukong would just one-shot everybody. Because they're going to be decreased defense, they're going to be weakened, and he's going to ignore 75% of their defense anyways. And that's what I need to do on my arena team. But we talked a lot, and I hope I didn't. You got quiet for some of this, and I hope I wasn't upsetting or anything. I'm just giving you different ways to think about stuff. But for the most part, you have really good basics, right? No, not basics. That's not the right word. You have really good fundamentals. That's the word that I'm looking for. You know, I do a lot of account takeovers. They don't run speed on the boots. They don't run percent stats in the bottom 3. I don't know if you saw the recommendation. I do not have our bias, and I don't know what the hell she does. But there was a recommendation from Skydoodle, who has our bias on his free-to-play account, his alternate account. So I would recommend... I know you both are in the Discord, so you can follow up with him, but he had recommendations for what you can do with her for your account. So I would definitely take a look at that as well. But yeah, you have a really, really good roster. You can build several different unkillable teams using your Demitha. Yeah, so when it comes to your enemy max HP nukers, you're running a lot of Savage on them. It's really not necessary. Just... This is my main account that is several years old at this point. Is there a way to filter by enemy max HP damage? It doesn't matter. I can just find them. I do have Hydra. But you'll see neither one of my newts has any ignoring defense. I rock 2 Cold Hearts. Again, neither of them is ignoring defense. A Crizia, who would make the most sense, Relentless. So, all right, I'm gonna hop off your account because I could talk for ever and ever and ever. But I do think that those changes are really going to help you. And I'm not saying that you can't run Savage on them. You can, and it will help you reach those maximum hits. But it doesn't work the same way as it does with a Trunda, for example. I was going to say Acrizia makes the most sense because I'm not hitting the damage cap on Acrizia with my current build. That's my argument. You feel your account is way behind. I would agree with you, and that's not a comment on... It's not a negative comment, or I don't mean it in a negative way. I mean it in the sense that you have really, really good champions. And it's just underperforming relative to the roster, right? On dead heads with Acrizia, yes, I'm hitting the cap. But on regular heads, she is not. And I would like for her to. I am going to take a bathroom break, and then I have... I'm going to be up till 3 a.m., man. Some teams to test out. All right. Well, we're going to do some Hydra, so maybe you can get some ideas from it. I'm going to be right back. I'm only one man. Okay. Hey, I got them all done on my free-to-play. And, Josh, thank you for being a member. You've been a member for a minute at least, so I appreciate that. Ooh, we really need me too. All right, so I'm really excited to test this team. So we've reworked this team. I've made some changes that I'll acknowledge real quick. I did get the masteries on Lady of Ireth. I went for survivability and like resistance on her to get some extra chance of reducing output on some stuff. Who else was I supposed to get masteries on? Was it? No, she has masteries. Yeah. Okay. So I think everyone in here is mastered. Is Emek mastered? I'm pretty sure Emek is mastered. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to go get another drink again soon. Let's get her. Oh, of course she got an extra turn right away. I don't want to. That's kind of a waste of that ability, but that's fine. That. And I think I want to do this because I think this pops a couple heads. Let's say hit here. Yeah. All right. Let's decrease the speed on those heads. Cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction. We can ally attack where Trunda's going to hit really hard. Alright, we want the Hex out. I want Trunda to get a turn. Oh, she did place that stuff. Okay. I guess I want this head dead even though it won't have any debuffs on it. Oh, I can't kill it anyways. That's fine. So we want to hit the magic affinity head. I did want him dead now that I think about it because he reduced that damage. But yeah. Okay. No cooldown refresh this time. Hers is up. I'm not going to have time, so we'll save it. Same here. I'm going to save those abilities for now. Cooldown reduction. Okay. So we want to get Hex out. Extend some buffs. I think Trunda's cooldown is up, and I want Lydia to go before Trunda, so I'm going to boost my Lydia. And then I'll reduce some cooldowns, I guess. We'll hit here. And we pop some heads. Again, we're going to hit the Spirit Affinity. Even though there's no debuffs on it. Let's decrease some speeds. Cooldown reduction. Do I want to save Hex? None of the heads are waking up anytime soon. So I want to get Hex on this dead head here. Go with this. I should have time, I think, to cycle back around to Trunda before some of these heads wake up. I think. It's not looking good, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to try to sneak Trunda in here. Yes, we did it. So we'll hit here again. Huge damage output. Oh, weak affinity. Okay, I was like, why isn't he dying? Actually going to hit here. Cooldown reduction. Try and pop him. Cooldown reduction. So this guy's also about to wake up. I just wanted the extra resistance just in case. I still think yeah, it was a tough call, but it's a decision I went with. I'm also using her in other areas of the game where War Master would have helped me, and you're going to see that in videos that come out tomorrow. But it was the decision I went with because Vodka was asleep and didn't respond to me fast enough, so you can blame him. Alright, I'm going to try to speed Trunda up here and see if I can sneak in a hit. I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't. Oh, that sucks. I gambled there. I think I still hit the dead head, even if it's weak affinity. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm probably wrong, but I don't want to wait for chat to respond. So, and it was the right decision. We won't all hit this head, but I think I'm fine to do this. Because the right person hit it, and that's all that matters. I really want to pop this head if I can. I would rather not have popped it with the Hex, because I wanted that to land, but... I think I'm going to get one round of abilities here. So... let's speed up Trunda, but I think she gets lapped by everybody, so I'm okay doing that. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. I wanted Archer to go there. We're going to hit here. Not perfect, missing a lot of debuffs, but maybe I shouldn't have pushed Trunda as hard as I did. That was a mistake, but it is what it is. Good damage. Instant cooldown refresh. Nice. Ah, nice. Turn meter. Let's speed up Ireth. Maybe we can get enough cooldown refresh before Trunda takes a turn. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's why I wanted to buff her for that Ice Golem team. Now I remember. No, that's going to make a big difference, I think. Maybe not. I don't think it's enough resistance to to resist, but I totally forgot I was using her in Ice Golem. Alright, we didn't get the sneaker in, unfortunately. Definitely want to block debuffs on that head. Alright, her cooldown is refreshed. I am going to stop using cooldown reduction right now. Alright. Refresh some cooldowns. Refresh some cooldowns. Speed. I give it to Emic to try and get his stuff out. I think I can destroy this head, maybe? Nope. That's not going to do a lot of damage. We need to cycle back around to that quickly. I'm gonna go the other direction. Instead of just saving it all, I'm gonna work my way back around to it. That's fine. Oh, I totally hear that. That's why I was watching Lord of the Rings the other day. Same thing. Shoot, I really need to speed up Trunda. I don't think that's enough. Ah, it was. Let's go. That should clear it. The timing on that worked. Only one head came back. I like that. Okay. There we go. Hex. Yeah, Hex. Hoping to not get a weak hit there, but that's fine. I'm impressed at my Trunda. Or is that a visual bug? I think they targeted my Lady of Irats because she has no buffs. But it looked like they hit my Trunda. Alright, we have Hex on most heads, but it'll land here for sure, so let's do Hex. I don't need to, so boost her then, yeah. Oh, I'm not even done. This is gonna be a billion. Sorry, that's such a dickhead thing to say. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is a late game account, you know? Like, don't... And a cheese... Okay, it's not a cheese, but it's a cheese. Hey, congrats, Kevin. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, this head is definitely going to wake up before Trenda gets another turn. Ah, she keeps getting an extra turn off of that, and I hate it. No, I don't think so. I don't remember who the right answer is here, but I'm going to go for the guaranteed crit. And it worked. I did 6 million to this dead head, so better than nothing. Alright. We should... Quiz. Who should kill this head? Yeah. It gives me a better target, so I wanted that head to die. We need to get some debuff spread. There we go. That's good enough. I would prefer Archer to take a turn too, but that's fine. Okay. My account is 5 years old, but I quit for like 3 years. Well, welcome back. I don't know how long you've been back, but let me know if you want a takeover, Kevin. If you've got you know, even a 3-year-old account, I might be able to find some extra Hydra damage in there for you. And, you know, I think your membership was gifted, but while you're a member, right? Like, take advantage of it. This should be a big hit. I was like, I better do over 400 million here. Ooh. I wish they would give a turn, like a general turn counter instead of just a boss turn counter. Hey, congratulations, Germinators. That's awesome. But sometimes the extra point of view will really help you find those builds. Like, for me, Vodka and Skydoodle are my extra points of view, right? They come in and they look and they're like, why aren't you doing this? Oh, I thought he was asking me if you can do billions on auto. I cannot, but other accounts can, like Vodka. I didn't consider that as a question. Yes, it is possible to do billions of damage on auto. There are lots of teams out there that do it. Unfortunately, I do not have any of those teams. Who do I hit here? Vodka, who do I hit here? I'm leaning towards here because everyone's got the protection up. And I know the second hit will, like, go through this, won't it? But not the first hit? Yeah. I think we keep hitting here. Actually, I really want to kill this head, so I need to find a way. Nice. There we go. Okay. I'm going to decrease speed here so these heads don't come back. I think Archer Queen's fast enough to lap Trunda. And so I get the Hex out too. No, you don't need a master's in engineering, just a bachelor's in cybersecurity that you don't use. That's the secret. Well, darn. Can I get back around to her? Yes. Yeah, let's give it to Trunda. Let's cycle through some of her abilities. I don't think I get back around to her again, and I shouldn't have used that. I should have saved that for sure. Proof right there. At least I have a head to target. I want to try and cycle through this. A BS and bullshitting. Alright. This should kill a bunch, yeah. Hey, what's up, Tig? How you doing? Has it been that long? I feel like you were just in chat the other day. Well, or maybe you're talking about the fact that I haven't made any content over the weekend. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here. Always love having you. Really sorry for all the yawning, guys. I'm not even that tired. I got a great night's sleep. I think it's just that it's Hydra. I've done this enough times. I'm going on a different contract for work, so having to go through a 6-week training again. What do you do? Do you mind if I ask what you do for work? I would not go... When I do account takeovers, one thing I worry about is that people are going to change the way that they play or something. I would not go too hard for... Man, I got a story to tell you about. All right. Remind me to come back to a story. So first, Josh, I think you have good Savage gear. I think you can make Savage gear work on one champion right now. I think that's fine. I would not go super hard farming Fire Knight like crazy just to get more Savage gear. I would farm Fire Knight when the time comes to do Fire Knight. I would also focus on lethal gear if you can, and merciless gear if you can. We didn't even look at any of that. You might have good sets. To be completely honest with you, I forgot they existed because I saw how much Savage gear you had spread all over so many different champions, right? But the main goal is that your regular nukers that will not hit a cap in their damage, if possible, should be in Savage. I should have used that on Trunda. I'm going to regret that. I can already tell. Yeah, and I want to be clear, like, there is viability for Newt and Savage. Um, I just personally think that you would be better off without it so that you can have higher accuracy for higher levels of Fire Knight Hard. And you could potentially build him to hit a little bit harder because you don't have to work. You could just go crit damage on the gloves, defense on the chest, and just look and find crit rate everywhere else, right? Crit rate and accuracy is a whole lot easier to find and get on a champion than attack percent or crit rate, crit damage, or whatever, right? But you can find crit rate, crit damage, accuracy, or something along those lines. Oops, I don't want to hit that head. Correct. No, I am familiar with... It's a very funny subject right now because my wife is at a duty station that is not near an actual military installation. And I get a lot of anxiety when it comes to medical stuff, so I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and I haven't had one in the last 3 years while we've been here because it's so hard for me to get seen and get care and everything. So thankfully we figured it out. But yeah, TRICARE Select is rough. And I have VA disability. I can't. I called the VA and was like, "Yeah, I want to get seen by the VA." They're like, "Oh, cool. We're not taking new patients." It's like, what? Okay, the TIG joke. This is gonna paint me in a really bad light and make me like misogynistic and whatever, but I think it's a funny story. I know, I saw that today, Josh. Yeah, I was getting to the point where I told my wife the other day, it's like, I just want to talk to somebody who will make me an appointment that's going to be paid for. That's all I want. Like tell me who to go to. Because when you go through the website and stuff, it's like, these are all of the doctors that you can go to. It's like, who do I pick, dude? I want to pick whoever has an appointment tomorrow. Like, sounds like I probably should have called you. I don't, because I feel like this gets a little political here, and I don't want to like dip into that territory. But what I will say, as far as how military members are treated, I have always been treated well for being a military member. The issues that I'm running into are very niche, very specific issues to the fact that of where we're located in the country and the city that the major cities that we are around. I could get treated if I went to two other neighboring cities. This city is just overpopulated for its size, which sucks. And so that's what put me at the advantage. But you have to remember, like, just being honest with you guys here, I get a paycheck every month from the VA. I get a home loan with no down payment from the VA. Like, I get a lot of really great perks for being a veteran. And, you know, I don't want to sit here and complain when I have it better than a lot of people. Like, I want to be honest and real. I don't want to say, like, oh, I don't have anything. So, you know, I do agree. Like, I had a coworker of mine who he was not the disability level that I'm at, so he had a hard time getting in to see the VA, and he had to go to the local hospital here to get treatment for some major issues that he had. And I can totally understand how it is extremely frustrating for some veterans to get, especially when you live in major, heavily populated areas, and it's hard to get to those treatment facilities. So no, I do agree with you to some extent, but I also want to be real and say that I have a a huge advantage that some other people otherwise would not have, and I don't want to completely ignore those facts, right? Gotcha. Um, but it is a very frustrating system, and I completely agree that there are a lot of people that are not getting the proper care and treatment. And I think what bothers me more is that they make it sound like there is stuff out there. For example, I have a cybersecurity degree. I'm trying to find work with that degree now through directly a fault of my own, because I do not have the certifications because they cost money. I am having a hard time finding a job. Even despite the fact that I have a bachelor's degree, I'm having a hard time finding a job because I have not gone out and get those certifications. To be completely clear and honest, I have been told if you get the certifications by a friend of mine, I will put your name in to some contacts I know. So this is my own doing, but it costs money to get those certifications. I don't want to do that, right? Um, anyways, the point that I was making is there's a government program that's supposed to help me find employment. I am part of that program. I have been part of that program for many, many months now, and I have not had a single interview using the tools and guidance that has been recommended for me. So, and for me, I shouldn't even have this advantage, but what makes it more frustrating is that you're going to tell me I have this advantage and that you're going to help me find a job, and then nothing comes from it. But I have to remind myself that there's a ton of people with cybersecurity degrees out there, no certifications, and no VA helping them either. So it's like there's two sides to every coin, right? Booking, managing vacations, yeah. I almost did that. When I first got out of the military, I wanted a 9 to 5 office job, just to kind of. Well, my wife had orders. They ended up getting canceled. My wife had orders, and I was like, let me just find a 9 to 5 job, and then we'll figure out the rest when I get down to the next base, right? And I applied at 2 different places, and Delta was one of them, which was a vacations thing. But I ended up saying no to that and going with a different place. Honestly, the VA and the fact that I get the disability is one of the reasons why I really wanted to pursue content creation. Because I think the scariest thing about content creation is that if I don't like I didn't make content for 4 days now. Obviously I'm streaming, this is content, so 3 days I guess. But if I, if there are content creators that if they take like a week off to go on vacation, their subscriber count drops. And when you're talking about like big content creators that have millions of subscribers and they lose like 100,000, that's a big chunk of change for them. Or it has the potential to be a big chunk of change. But if you scale it down a bit, if I take some time off and I lose 10 subscribers, it's not going to hurt me that bad, but I would also have that backup income to just as the baseline, right? We know at the minimum I'm going to make this, and I can budget around that. I don't know why I did that. That's why I was able to take the summer off, right? I was like, well, I have this source of income. I can, you know, feel pain for 2 months, and then I went back to work, right? So it's a very big luxury that I have that not everybody does, and I'm very thankful for it. I really am. Can you create the content ahead of time and delay? Yeah, no, I could definitely make content ahead of time. It depends on where what you're making content in. Like if you're big content creator like Tim the Tapman, like right, like he's doing live streams. That's where like I don't know why his name came to mind, by the way. But live streamers, you really can't like pre-record that, right? But I could pre-record my content and have a video that comes out each day while I'm on vacation or while I'm away or whatever. But sometimes it's not relevant, or something big happens and you miss that relevant thing, right? So, for example, I didn't create content this weekend. Every single content creator, for the most part, had a video on the Wixwell nerf that people were scared of. And that probably would have been a good, like, looking at it, and I don't think like this, just so you guys know, like, I just make content for you guys, and what does good, and what does bad. But that would have been good content, right? I would have gotten a lot of clicks from it if I put, like, Wixwell's getting nerfed, oh my god, right? I probably wouldn't have made the video anyways, but, you know, it's just one of those things. So sometimes the content that you might pre-record like would be good content, but it might get overshadowed by a critical event that changes the way the game plays, you know? Like, it'd be really funny if you put a video out that said, these are the top 5 things that Plarium does that I really like. And then everyone, and like the day it comes out, Plarium like nerfs Wixwell and everybody's accounts all of a sudden are, you know, their clan boss teams don't work. All this stuff goes crazy. It's like a nightmare scenario. And it's like, bro, I can't believe you like Plarium after what they did. And it's like, I'm not even near my computer. I can't do it. You know how I feel. I'm not gonna say anything to disparage any other creators on stream. But I have and will be happy to give you my opinion off camera. I got too complacent. I'm in trouble now. I should have cooldown refreshed. I was thinking like, well, I can't really hit anybody right now. Oh, good. I can start landing some debuffs. You're good, Tig. That's really good pay. That's better pay than what I'm getting in my customer support job, which is in person, which I think is a little bit worse. Because they can punch me if they get mad. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter. You'll need to explain the last part of that sentence. I see where you're going with it. Okay. So, I read Plarium's official stance earlier, but they are not planning any secret Wixwell nerfs. What they are doing is looking to make, I can find it, I think. So someone data mined a change to shields that would have some kind of cap. People thought that might be a nerf to Wixwell. This is what Plarium said. As for the situation with Wixwell, we have previously mentioned that we're working on a complex solution in bold to rebalance Hydra itself and Hydra Clash in particular. We'll communicate all the details about the solution in a timely manner once the time comes, but I can assure you we're not making any secret Wixwell nerfs that people are talking about at the moment. This info is not accurate, so please kindly make sure to wait until the official announcements before jumping to any conclusions to avoid misunderstanding. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back, guys. My daughter's awake. I'm gonna just go check on her. foot. So I sit on my feet, like I sit cross-legged in my chair, and I put my foot right on like the metal bar of the chair. Freaking hurt. There is no Wixwell nerf. If anything happens to Wixwell, it will not affect Demon Lord or anywhere else in the game. Only Hydra, and likely will be more of a points thing. That's a great way to sum it up. Yeah. So Tig, there's Corpulent Cadaver obviously is a rare champion, right? Um, he used to be able to take shields on a team and do damage based on the shields, and there was no cap on that damage. They have since capped that damage, and that was the Corpulent Cadaver nerf. The other nerf that they did was Madman did what Trunda can do, what I'm doing with Trunda right now, but he did it on his A1, and he was a rare. So, and that's not exactly how it is, by the way. It's just a short form of it. He did big Hydra damage, easy to get champion. So they didn't like that. They wanted you to have to pay for it. At the time, they thought the only way you could do this Trunda stuff was with a Yumiko Trunda team, because that was the team everyone was using. Now there's like a billion different combinations of Trunda teams, like this very one. I can't do anywhere near that level of damage that the bigger teams are doing, but I can get a couple billion, which makes a lot of difference. At my level, if you look at our clan boss scores right now in Hydra Clash, like this team up here did 31 billion. Like this dude did 22 billion by himself. And you'll notice he's not even using... Yeah, he did the Yannicka team. This is the Yannicka Wixwell team. Right? But you'll see, like, there aren't a lot of other Trunda teams in here. In their top scorers. But this guy single-handedly beat everybody. But, like, I'm alone. It's going to take this 12 billion to probably 14 billion. And steal us second place with only one team. So, that's pretty... not cool, right? But they made the game. I'm just playing in it. Yeah. And the problem is it looks... I think they think that no one's catching on, but it's very obvious why they would nerf a rare and not nerf a legendary. Or a void legendary like Yumiko, because while Yumiko is good outright, she's really good in Hydra, and that's going to draw a lot of people to buy her. Back to your point, Vodka, about negativity sells more than positivity. You are absolutely right, and I completely agree with you that I hate it. I really do. I see it in people's content all the time, where it's, you know, they focus on the negative aspects of it. You just heard me, right? Here I am complaining about the VA and the way things are, but I'm going to sit there and also tell you the bright side and the positive side of it. You know, is that gonna get me the most views on a video? No, it's not. But I think, again, that is a benefit that I might have as somebody that has that disability check each month, that I can make content and not worry about the dollar signs potentially. Yeah, to show off this guy's team. So what you do, so you can't do damage from the shields. Corpulent Cadaver's been nerfed, but what you can do is you build up the shield really big and really fast, and then you let the Head of Mischief take the shield away, And then Yannicka removes shield buffs from target the champion is under avail, then deals extra damage equal to 15% of the value of the removed shield. So you build up this really massive shield with Wixwell, and then you use Yannicka to make it go boom. Big damage, tons of damage. And I have some of the pieces to build the team. There's like a budget version that I could build. But I haven't wanted to, partly because of the changes that I know are coming, but also because it and there's nothing wrong with it. Well, there's nothing wrong with, I have nothing against the people that use it. I'm using a Trunda team right now, right? Like it's not that I think that I have a problem with people that use it or anything like that. For me, the Wixwell team is a step too far in the wrong direction. This team that I built, I'm just using Trunda as a damage dealer, and I'm picking targets and refreshing her cooldown to make me do the most damage that I can. It's the way that she does damage is busted, but I'm still using her in a general sense of the game and how this game is meant to be played, right? You get champions, you build them, you use them in fights. And while I agree that the Wixwell Infinity team, you're getting him, you're building him, and you're using him in a fight, it feels so cheesy to do this like swap shields, do a bunch of damage thing. Now the Yannicka team is a little more free to play friendly, by the way. A little bit more. But yeah, it just feels more wrong to me. And that's why I don't want to build one. And all respect to Skydoodle, he keeps encouraging me to build one. And I'm just like, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I can't see... Alright, whatever. I can't see how much turn meter he had. You're probably closer to Hydra than you think. So, Ohio, I don't know if you've watched my my ninja account. And I don't know if you're like not doing it or if you're just doing like lower levels and not doing the tryhard stuff. But on my ninja account, like your goal for Hydra is actually really low. So don't be fooled by the fact that everybody in this game is trying to do billions of damage. Your goal is 1.6 million. That is your goal on Hydra. And so the reason I say 1.6 million, technically I think it's 1.67 million, but to get the minimum chest from Hydra is 1.67 million. And in there are fragments for Mithrala, who is a void legendary that makes your Hydra team better. Because she brings a cleanse, and she brings hex, and increased defense, and increased attack. Mithrala, very good. You get 2 fragments from her for each chest that you get out of Hydra. And if you're in a clan that can kill normal Hydra, then you get 2 of these chests. and all you need is 1.67 million damage to get 2 chests, which could get you up to 4 fragments per week towards Mithrala. Now, if you happen to progress and get some better champions that make you do better, then you could kill hard and normal and get those chests and get Mithrala faster, and then eventually get her and utilize her to do better in Hydra and in many other places in the game. What's up, freak? I'm doing good. How about you, bud? Yeah, and so that account, my ninja account, was only 2 months old, and at the end of my ninja account, at the end for me, I was able to get the second chest on normal, which was like, yeah, 2.2. So I think I did like 2.6 or 2.7 or something. But I was able to get that second chest. So I actually have on that account that I gave away, I think I had 6 or 7 fragments on it. By the way, the guy that gave it away to has not played it since I gave it away to him. I would do those giveaways for members only, but the problem is that I think it's illegal. No, Mithrala or Lydia's way later than Mithrala, because Lydia you have to do Faction Wars, which is harder because that requires champions. I know we just talked about cheesing and how I feel about it, but you can kind of cheese your way to 1.6 million damage on Hydra. You can't do all rares for every faction war. There's some faction wars you can do rares, but I don't think you can do all of them with rares only. At least, not quickly. What's up, Brandon? Yeah, this is my calling card. This is my MO, waiting until the last minute to do Hydra. Despite the fact that one of the officers in my clan is telling me every day, don't forget Hydra. Hey, you should do Hydra. Don't forget Hydra. You're going to regret not doing Hydra because you're going to be up until 3 o'clock in the morning. You should do Hydra. Tig, so when I did Faction Wars, it was right before Sylvan Watchers, and I was so close. And then Sylvan Watchers came out, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I fused Emic, and thankfully I pulled Ornn and Dythe, and was able to make it through. But I was like a week away from being able to clear it before they were like, yeah, okay, you're done. I know they gave me a warning ahead of time. I was a week, I had a week left. I was like pushing really hard, and then they were like, hey, we gave you guys the warning. Here it is. Now's the time. It's coming out tomorrow or next week or whatever. And I was like, no. What's really funny too is my Emic was not built well, and now I never quite got the hang of him, but now, especially with Lady of Ereth, this is my new favorite combo. I'm gonna make a video on this combo. Yeah, some factions it's really hard. And that was the problem. My hardest factions at the time were... I want to say Undead and maybe Night Rev. Undead was hard for me because I had UDK, but I think that boss ignores all defense. The hardest ones for me to beat have been the ones where they ignore all defense and they smack the champions. And so I can kill him, but I can't do it and get 5 stars was usually the problem that I had. I love Ragash. I'll be making a video too on my new Skinwalker arena team that is not finished, but I still want to make a video on it. It is... Sylvan is another one where I think the boss ignores defense. I think. I could be wrong about that. Billy. Definitely want to get the block buffs there. Yeah, some factions don't have good revivers. That's what it was. I didn't have a reviver for Undead. And so some factions, it's like, oh, okay, this boss can one-shot my people, but I'll just revive them, and, you know, maybe you take 2 or 3 tries, and you get it to that point where, you know, okay, cool, this time I'll revive, kill, okay, sweet, we're done, right? But I think Undead, I never had a reviver in that roster. I think Sylvan, there's really only Elva, right? Technically Claydna? So, Freak, I already know your account, though. You should not be worried about this. Like, you're not there yet. And I don't want... People put too much pressure on themselves for faction wars way too early on. To be honest, I don't even know who that is. I believe you. Just saying. I never got... I think that champion came out after I beat Sylvan. Remember, I'm talking early days of Sylvan. Elva was the only one. She was my most wanted champion for a really long period of time, and then I finally just cheesed my way through it with Dithey being a beast and not using any revives. I remember I got Lady of Aerith very early in the Sylvan faction and was like, sweet, I have a support for Sylvans now. We're going to live. We're going to do great. And she sucked. And I was like, this sucks, man. I can't beat this boss. How am I going to get Lydia? Extra turn, of course. But hey, I'll take it. Yeah, there was no tree shield knot for me. Demon Spawn was a rough one too. There's a lot of revivers in Demon Spawn, but I don't think I had any of them for a long time. No, Tig. I did not. You know who did get End of Moonbeam? Starts with a C and ends with Heap Vodka. I'm not salty about it or anything. Not even, nope. Totally fine. It's fine. Hey Josh, I'd be careful what you say. I don't know if you realize this. You gave me the information to your account. I'm pretty sure this happened because of me misplaying, but I'm really not happy about this. This is just fatigue setting in. Feed his Enda, let the intrusive thoughts... let the intrusive thoughts win. How hard does she hit with this... with weaken? That's so sad. Alright, good. There's a target for me now. It's gonna fear the crap out of me, but it's a target nonetheless. Alright, get my debuffs out. That's fine. Lydia just reappeared. Seemingly out of thin air. I'm just gonna pop him now. That got a little scary. I got worried for a second there that Trunda might unalive herself. No! No, I'm taking the billion. Don't get it twisted. I'm just gonna let this run out. It's not gonna be a lot of extra damage, but I'm just gonna let it run out. Yeah. No, that was. I mean, look, the reality is I would have done a billion anyway. Like, well, sorry. Before the improvements to this team that I have made, I would have done a billion damage. So at least I hit what I've previously been doing. I actually hope that this combination of 5 just keeps going for a while, and I can find out how many turns. Like, if I was close to, you know, I probably would have done 1. Given the time, I'm probably 1.5 billion. You know what's really gonna bother me? I'm gonna try to catch it on my VOD here. Yeah. So I look at chat, and then I go to do the A3. And I don't think about it. She almost dies. Oh, I didn't have the heal. Okay, good. I thought I might have had the heal from what's her face here, but thankfully I did not have the heal. Because I would have regretted that if I didn't heal her. But yeah, we're fine. Let me pull chat back up. Yeah, I have no way of knowing because we don't know how many turns I'm at, right? I'd love to be at 2 billion, but I don't feel like I'm halfway at 90 minutes. I have taken a couple breaks, but I hate to say it, Tig, but I think it's very important, honestly. So there's a couple of reasons why it's so important. Right out the gate, you get Mithrala, who's a top tier champion, absolute top tier. But on top of it, if you just consider the clan gold that you can get even from the lowest, right? Like for example, I bought a legendary book today, right? Um, but and by the way, there's more to it. I'm not stopping at clan gold. You have clan gold, and then you have stone skin and protection sets. Which are really good sets in general. That was on normal vodka. Yes, the main reward is the gear, but the gear is really, really good. So I can't show you right now because they're still fighting, and I'm not going to give up. Even though it's only millions of damage, I still want to make sure I'm doing it to the fullest extent. But if we look at the sets, so Stone Skin, like you can build a really slow champion, like I've built my Ultimate Death Knight here, and he's in Stone Skin, and it's really hard to kill him, right? And so you could do a mechanic or a strategy where you do like Ultimate Death Knight, and you put a Wukong behind him, and so Wukong dies from the AoE hits, but then he revives himself, and they can't kill the Ultimate Death Knight, and Wukong just whittles them down, right? Like that's a strategy you could do, or even just protect another damage dealer, right? I use a Stone Skin set on my Mortu Macabre, and he takes a bunch of hits and then procs his peril and just keeps killing everybody. So there's strategies around it. But then if you talk about the protection set, so this set is like really good, and I didn't know how good it was for a long time. A 3-piece is 12% speed. You're going to say, well, a 2-piece for the speed set is better, but you're also getting the stats, right, with it. And then you're getting protected buffs. But if you're able to get 9-piece, which in that Hydra team that you were just watching, Lydia and Emic are both in protection. So allies deal 5% more damage per each buff placed by the wearer. So Lydia's giving 10%. And it may not work exactly. The numbers may not be exactly that. And then Emic's doing 10% as well. Hydra is not gear intensive because you don't need to hit crazy goals. So I did 115 million, I did 19 million, and then 10 million on 3 different teams. This team is using a seer. like you can do it, right? Now this team is built to be a good Hydra team, and I manualed it the whole time. Like, not everyone can do that, but you don't need to do this level of damage. All you need to do is 20.4 million on hard or 6.6 million on normal. And then now you want to hit at least 35 million damage for the clash, because this is how you get the accessories, which make the 9-piece sets that are very good. But you don't have to do that. The other thing I would say, though, about clash that's really cool. So, like, if we look here. So you would expect our Mons to be in, like, all perception, right? Or all speed or something, right? But I've got him in a 3-piece protection. And this is actually faster than if I ran 6-piece speed set. So, just because of the way that the way the speed rolls worked on these pieces, just turned out to be better than the other speed set pieces I have. So I have a question for you. Talking about the supersonic, because I don't quite understand it. On my main account, I just built a team. Okay. Well, so I have Bolent on the main account, and I built a team. This is my team that I want to build. So right now, this is what I have built, and I'll show it to you as soon as I can. So, because I don't think you were online when I built it. I have Bolent. I have Ragash. I built a Basher. And then we have Sun Wukong. Dwarves should be pretty easy. We can get back to my thing in a second. So for dwarves, I would say that it's very likely that you've maybe pulled a Cornelia or Filja, And I think either one of them is going to be able to carry you in the Dwarven faction if you don't have any of the reasonable legendaries. But I would say almost all of these legendaries are going to help you really complete the faction wars. I mean, obviously we know what Newt can do, but Kira can give you ally protect. I don't know about Samara that much. Molly crowd control, Trunda wave clear, Brogni protection, Tormund crowd control, Acrisia damage. Like Melga too is a really good sleeper agent down there. Like Melga carried me through mine because she was a reviver for me and a big shield and healer. And she did that at level 50. My Melga on the main account is still level 50, which I'll show you in 300 more turns of this team. Actually, people are starting to get eaten at a faster rate now, so probably not too much longer. Sorry. Maybe one day I'll get you to look at it for me if you want to do a takeover, and I'll just pay you for it since I'm already a member. No, like, you're a member. You're entitled to get... That's the benefit that you get as being a member, is that you get account takeovers. I'm 11th. Oh, I can post my roster? Yeah, go ahead and post it. Doesn't matter. I use Rockbreaker a lot. Yep, that's one. Is it something you'd be interested in? Yes, I will do account takeovers for members. I'm not going to do them all the time, but I will do account takeovers, and we can take a look at Hydra for sure. No Dwarf Legos after 1.5 years, but I have most of the epics. She wasn't in game when I did it. I'm assuming maybe Melga you're talking about? Melga, Geo, Rearguard, Gala, Morag. There you go. All epic team that would... Yeah. Gala Longbraids hits really hard. Too. Yeah. You happen to pull her. But yeah, I feel like dwarves on paper is easier. I can't believe you still have no dwarven. Like I feel for you that you've got no dwarven legendaries. I think when I did Shadowkin, I never really did it until I got Mishinaki. But I also got a Genbo really early on that account, and Genbo can really mess stuff up in that. I don't know who I used for support early on my main account for this. I don't remember. I never built... I think I built Taragi. Yeah, I built Taragi on my main account to be my support. And then the rest was like Mishinaki, Nogorio I used in it. I think Sachi and Genbo. But yeah, Taragi really carried me through it. Ninja, if built right, should be able to get you pretty far with a little bit of support. Kyoku's amazing. Love her. Burengiri, Oboro. If you're really struggling on it, you could... I mean, Oboro does a ton of damage, and I don't necessarily recommend this, but you could also put her in a stun set if you want to try and get through it that way. I don't know what Wuji does. Block buffs. There's probably somebody better than Wuji, I would say, that you might have. I've never pulled a Void Lego either. How long have you been playing, Brandon? No. It's not about strength. It's that if I don't do this, I'm costing my clan second place. I'm so flustered I just used the wrong ability. May have worked out though. .5 years, I started around the Helicast fusion, took a break and picked it back up around nuke time. Was playing casually. Okay, casually makes sense, because yeah, you're not pulling enough shards. So somewhere around 200 shards, it's more than that, but somewhere around 200 shards, you're guaranteed to get a Void Legendary. And that's why I was so shocked by your statement. Because you should have acquired across 2 years of an account, you should have acquired 200 or more Void Shards. I'm going to tell you right now, guys, it's going to sound crazy. What I just did is probably the best thing that's ever happened to my account. Because you know what it's forcing me to do? Because I was too scared to do this, and now it's forcing me. Because I don't have time. I cannot manual this any longer, right? So I'm forced to do it auto battle. And that is going to get me to do it this way from now on. Right? Like if I do it this way and I end up with 1.2 billion or whatever, that's what I would have got, right? Okay, I can already tell you I'm not going to do 1.2 billion, but Does your clan kill Ultra Nightmare every day? Oh no! So Brandon, I don't know how committed you are to your clan, but if they're not killing Ultra Nightmare daily and you're one keying it, you might want to consider finding a new clan. Now, I will say that's coming from somebody that was killing Ultra Nightmare, or was defeating or doing enough damage to clear Ultra Nightmare and was the clan leader and just accepted the fact that I wouldn't get the double chest. Because I was the clan leader and I didn't want to like abandon the clan or anything, but it is something to consider. Angar got buffed, though. Angar is not bad. Yeah, message me Tig in Discord, because I gotta tell you, I'm willing to bet that your account is deeper than you think it is. And sometimes it's like, it feels intimidating, and you think like, oh man, I'm so far away from this thing. And then you get in there and you're like, oh, that was really easy. I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna stream on Wednesdays anymore, because my daughter has jujitsu and I would just rather play the game. Yeah, we'll get it scheduled for sure. Oh, this is gonna do no damage. Yeah, you're my only message. No, like, yeah, I'll respond to you. Ooh, almost did it again. Almost did it again. I'm gonna leave it on read until tomorrow. That way I'll remember to respond when I wake up in the morning. You're good, man. I love doing account takeovers. I really do. So I get influenced a lot by other creators, and like I learned that Blazin does them for free during sponsorships, which I think is a really great idea, really cool. A huge respect for it, and it makes me super self-conscious about the fact that I do it for members, but I don't know how else to incentivize people to become members, you know? I guess I can't feel too guilty about it because it is way cheaper than what other people would charge, right? So, yeah. No, I get that. I felt that way when I first thought about doing it. I've never had a takeover myself, but I've thought about doing one with, you know, one of the other content creators. And I've had that same, you know, trepidation, is that the right word? About giving my account info to people. For me, there is some semblance of security in the fact that they're a content creator. So, like, if Hell Hades did an account takeover for me, right? And I paid him money, I gave him my account info, and he, not saying this would never happen, but he stole my account, right? Which is the fear. His reputation means a lot, right? So if I go on Reddit and I start talking about how this content creator stole my account, won't give it back, and blah, 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 that's going to ruin their bottom line, right? So you have that security. And that's why I only do account takeovers on stream. Some people have been like, you know, oh, I want you to do it off stream. It's like, well, there's two reasons I do it on stream. One, this makes me content. And two, you can't say anything because the entire time I was on your account, it's all documented right there on video. So. It's funny, I actually had the opposite thought before. I thought that content creators, like the big name content creators, were going to get mad at a small time content creator charging so little. You know, hey, you're driving my price down. You're undercutting me. No one, I don't think that's actually, I don't believe anybody feels that way now that I know the community a lot better. But that was a concern that I had, right? Like, how would they, you know, they have entire business models built around account takeovers. I think they charge that much for a couple of reasons. One, people will pay it. You know, you want to get your value. And two, especially for content creators, and especially if they're looking to do more serious, in-depth takeovers, it takes a lot of their time, and for bigger content creators, their time is money. So like, I can justify it from that perspective, but it doesn't mean that that's a value for you. For them, that's a fair value for what they value their time at. For you, it's not a fair value, right? For you, that's too expensive. And so, you know, and that at the end of the day, you're not their target audience for an account takeover. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm worried I'm undercutting them. It's really funny though. Someone that's frequents in our chat, I saw them in Blazin's Discord. This is how I learned about how Blazin does his takeovers and stuff. And they were asking him for a takeover, and I was like, am I not good enough for you? That, but also I read something along the lines of, this takeover may not be done by me. Yes, yeah, that's actually a big thing And that's what dissuaded me from wanting to do the takeover with other content creators. This was many, many years ago before I made my own content. I was like, oh, they do account takeovers. This is a thing in the community. Okay. And I had like looked into it and it was like, yeah, it's going to not be someone from my team. And I was like, well, you seem like a nice guy, but this guy that takes over my account might be a dick and call me stupid. All right, I don't want to do it anymore. You know? I didn't want anybody to call me dumb. The information part of it is definitely a factor for me, but I think the bigger reason was because I didn't know the person, and it's very easy to get somebody that's super cocky and knows the game very, very well that might talk down to me. The other thing, and this is a very important thing about account takeovers that I try to remember, let's say I do an account takeover for you. And this is something that I harp on a lot within my own community. Let's say I do an account takeover and you have 100 million silver saved up and 1,500 pieces of gear. We'll say 1,490 pieces of gear. And I go in and I just start talking at you. Okay, so we need to build this guy in Savage. Okay, let's level this piece, level this piece. Okay, cool. He's in Savage gear. Now let's move on to this other guy. And this, you know, and we start doing... I start going faster than you can comprehend. And I don't mean that... I'm not talking you specifically, but if I, you know, as an example. So I do this account takeover, and I build all these teams, and I do all this. First of all, you're going to log in. And I know this is going to happen because it would happen to me. Okay, I can't speak for everybody, but this would happen to me. I'm going to log in that next day. I'm going to have a gold 1 tag team arena team. I'm going to have a gold 5 arena team. I'm going to have Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss on farm. I'm going to have my Doom Tower team that I have to auto run. Faction Wars cleared. You know, like, everything's done in the game. And the challenge of the game is now behind me. Right? So I try to teach people the concepts. I try to look at what they're doing wrong and say, hey, I don't agree with the way you build this guy. So I recommend that you build him like this. But I don't do it for them, usually. I like to implement the concepts and say you should consider this as a future strategy in your mind. Because now you can take that concept and you can take that team that I helped give you advice on. You build it yourself, you test it, and you see, I need a little bit more speed. I didn't tell you that. You learned that. You learned that you needed more speed, right? And you're like, all right, let me enchant this. Let me ascend this. Okay, that's the stick speed I needed. Sweet. Hey, it works. And now you've learned the value of speed and what speed tuning can do, right? It seems lazy and cheap and a cop-out, and I can totally understand that. But I'm all about teaching people the principles of the game and not just playing the game for them. Because people have straight up said, I have 100 million silver saved up for you. Build the champions that you want to build for me. And I won't do it. I won't do it. It's just not worth the risk since I'm already back up to 1 billion. So I'm pretty sure I'm safe to A2 there, but it's not worth it to me. Alright, we can go back on auto now. And this is something that, and again, I understand to some extent I'm in the minority on this. I have friends that are watching my content that will message me in chat and in privately, right? And vodka sometimes. I love you, vodka. No ill will behind anything I'm saying, but there will be times where I'm not in the right headspace, And Vodka will tell me what to do, right? And he'll say, you need to do this. Well, I don't want to do that. You know? I want to try something different. Like, I built Odin on my free-to-play, and I logged off the other night because somebody told me what I needed to do. And they were like, no, you have to build him this way. I was like, hey, I'm my own man. I can do what I want. And I found out about a build for him that was met in the middle of what I was trying to do with him and what was recommended to me to do with him. And so I was really happy about that. Shoot. I think I'm going to hit here now. Yeah, I think I'm going to auto this from now on. What do you guys think? I already did more damage than what I would... No, I haven't done more damage. That's not true. But this has been 30 minutes. I took 70 minutes to get a little bit beyond this damage. You have a wife and kids and know what it's like to work full-time, so I'm sure you get it when it comes down to tending to all of that and then sitting down and trying to work everything out. 100%. But just like anything else, if you keep doing the right habits and reminding yourself of those habits ahead of time, and I mean, that's, I don't know how else to say that, but you will, it becomes like breathing, right? When I look at an account now, I'm looking for 8% chest, speed on the boots, crit rate 100%, right? Like I don't even realize I'm looking at those things. And so repetition of good habits will make it so stuff goes super fast. Case in point, I now have a Hydra team that can do seemingly 1.5 billion on auto. Probably manual to 2 billion if I want to spend 2 hours of my night doing Hydra, which I don't want to do anymore, so yay Hydra. And sometimes it's really fun to take like a couple hours in a day, not even a couple hours, but even just to take like an hour and build a new team. Like I'm going to show you guys when this is done. We've got 500 turns to go. When this is done, I'll show you the team I built that uses skinwalkers, and I would like your help on it, Vodka, too, if possible. But yeah, I think I found my new auto team now. I told you guys this is the best thing that would have happened to me if I didn't F up this late. Like if I did that mistake at 10 o'clock this morning, I just would have run it again. But now I can make that mistake with only a few hours to go and be like, oh, I can't afford to go any further. Set it on auto, and now I know that I can do this on auto and hit 1.x billion. Bro, this is gonna be the slowest click of my life. It does show because you are progressively way farther than me for someone who started around the same time. I do have the luxury of being able to make content on it, and I do have the luxury of having a community that's at my I'm trying to find the right word. I think it's like beck and call or something like that. But if I have trouble, Vodka's there to send me a message and be like, hey, you might want to think of, you know, like, it's a double-edged sword, because while it can be annoying sometimes to get help all the time, it can also be a blessing and be like, hey, just so you know, you're using this champion completely wrong. Like, you misread their A2. Oh, look at that. I completely misread that A2. Yeah. Okay. I was like, I feel like we can break through that, and we can. Okay. No, not a hit here. I'm like, I know I'm leaving like 700 million on the floor or something here, but this is better. Like, what's more important, my time or Hydra scores? Ireth, I love her. My favorite champion right now. Straight up. I'm going to make a video on this combo. Now, I want to be completely honest with you about this combo, is that they can, two Painkeepers can do what they're doing. So, it's not super special, but I really like their combo a lot. I have Lady of Ireth and Emic in every single one of my teams on the account right now, except for probably Fire Knight. I did too, Tig. I got her right when she dropped, and I was super excited, and I was like, sweet, because I didn't have Sylvan Watchers. I was like, cool, she'll probably fill in those gaps for me on Sylvan Watchers, and I used her, and I was like, she's terrible at everything. She wasn't even a good healer. And that was like her primary function back then, was healing. Exactly, no, I tried using her. I had her, Claydna I got later, but I had her and the fairy chick, I can't remember her name right now, who's really good, by the way. But, yeah, I couldn't, I went with the fairy chick eventually, but I could not make any of them work, like, as supports. They just, no one did direct healing, right? Owella, yeah, Owella is amazing. Yeah, Ultan of the Shell. Me too. I don't know if you saw my video, but I called him the right champion at the wrong time. I almost always go for the fragment ones too, because I like to save them for clan v clan points or for champion chases. I won't make a video on Claydna. Claydna let me down. Before the nerfs to Sanddevil, I actually struggled to get my Godseeker Newt team working to 100% on the main account. And I thought Claydna was going to be my answer. So I built Claydna, but she still has a major flaw in her kit for Sanddevil, specifically. I think she's a great support anywhere else. But she has a flaw in her kit when it comes to Sand Devil. Skydoodle's gonna look at the scores and be like, it only did 1.5 million roadblock? I could have swore you were gonna do like 2.5 billion. Be like, well, let me tell you a story. Speaking of, I owe you a Tiggle Bitty story. Vodka, I haven't forgotten yet. I want to make sure I click the right button before I go down a rabbit hole in a story, though. Yeah, Brandon, I like Claydna, but I think there's I really... It's one of those things where, you know, you look at a champion, you're like, this champion's going to be the one that's going to help me solve this problem. And then you go to build them, and it doesn't work at all. And it's super disappointing because you didn't, you know... So I'm a little biased towards her. I think she's great, and her buff has helped her quite a bit in other areas of the game. In fact, Ash just talked about her as being one of the more underrated, like in a recent video, he did like top 10 least talked about champions right now, which I thought was a great video. Claydna was one of them. I actually disagreed with him on Claydna though. I don't think that she is as good, but if you need like a support, she can definitely fill out that role pretty well. But for Sand Devil in particular, she has a big flaw that I'm not a fan of. Have a good night, Tig. It was nice talking to you. I think I have time to pull it up real quick. So the passive, this blocking damage, can actually screw up everything in Sand Devil. I think if they took that out of her kit and just made her a straight up revive on death champion, that she would be great in Sand Devil. I don't know who I want to hit here. I think it's one of these. I'm sorry, Vodka. This should secure second place for me. Unless they waited until the very last minute too, which is possible. Oh, they did. Yeah, we were we were only behind by like a billion. That's her passive, right? That keeps making her hit the Night, Brandon. Have a good one. Is that her that's her passive that makes her keep hitting that fear head, right? I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a mastery or something. Because I know there are masteries that do that. It honestly might be 3 billion damage if I manualed it, but you're talking 2 hours versus 45 minutes. Keep result. I'm just gonna claim these. They're gonna get capped anyways. I'm really hoping that I just keep refreshing and hope I did enough to get us. Because you know what this means I have to do, right? I can't manual it though, so I'm gonna have to auto. And this team's not really good at autoing. At least not yet. Not until I finish Thor, or the other. Who do you like better, Thor or the guy from Doom Tower? Varl. I'll start it on manual. No, thank you for catching that on for me. Skydoodle, did you see what happened? So I did 1 point, I think like 25 billion because Trunda died. And I was like, screw it. We're just going to have to do it. Yeah, no, that wasn't it though. So I fucking forgot. I clicked try again, basically. I didn't save the result on accident. So I was like, well, this could be the best thing that ever happened to me because now it's forcing me to see if I can do this with auto. And I did 1.7 on auto. think I would prefer that first. And honestly, I think I might be doing auto from now on. I kind of don't want to use it if I'm on auto. No, I did not reset it on purpose. It was a complete accident. I don't really need the weekend. Like, I want it for the weekend, but really no one benefits from it on this team. So what am I, like, worried about? I'm going to start it off auto. We don't need a lot of points. We literally need like 100 million points. I should hit here, I know that, but... I need to speed my Acrizia up. Like, you know how many people got a turn there before she did? That's nuts. Nah, I'm just gonna do it like this. I know... I'm just gonna try to focus down the heads that I want to focus down. Alright, hold up. I need to see something because I'm having an existential crisis if I clicked on Nightmare. And there's only one way that I can tell. I'm safe to use this, so I will. Kind of glad I had that decreased attack, just saying. I'm gonna try to kill this. $514, $385. That's okay. I have a revive. We're fine. I'm gonna have to keep manualing for a little bit while I revive. I'm gonna revive Ugo first, which sounds crazy, but more essential debuff to keep the run going. No, it's not impossible to get Ramatu. The tag team missions are hard, and the way that they've got it done is very frustrating. I think that what most players need to do is to take is to dedicate a week and be like, okay, this week I'm doing Tag Team Arena. And you approach every fight manual. You pick your team every time differently. Like you pick like, okay, this counters it. You know, like you just need to dedicate. It sucks. And I don't want to do it. I've never hit gold 1 in Tag Team Arena yet. Something that I don't really want to say it because I really like the person that said this to me. I'm a big fan of theirs. But I reached out to somebody to try and get more eyeballs on the fact that it's kind of bullshit. And like Tag Team Arena specifically, the percentages. And they're like, yeah, it's not really a big deal though. It's like, not for you. Yeah, I think he's worth going for now more because of Theox. Like, I really want him. I'm really going to go for him on my free-to-play. But my free-to-play kind of has some really good champions for Tag Team Arena, so lucky me. No, Justin, if you look at the math on it, this is what pisses me off. If you look at the math, let's go right back into Hydra. And the tiers, like this percentage of the player base is so small. Like absurdly small. But even if you go back and do 100, 170, 230, or, you know, like whatever the math is on it, the percentage of players even to get out of bronze 1 is stupid. Yeah. But like I was so not interested in Ramontu that that I'm not even on that mission yet, is to hit gold 1. I'm not even there yet. On my main account. Will somebody else kill this guy that doesn't die when they go to kill him, please? Thank you. Yeah, that's the thing. I saw Boozer make a video too about tips and tricks to beat Tag Team Arena, but to me that's not the issue. And I'm not saying that Tag Team Arena needs to be this really easy thing. That's not what I'm saying. But it shouldn't be such a small percentage of the player base to get out of bronze. Like, it's just not balanced right. Like, could you imagine being platinum in any other game and then being like, we know you're, you know, we're going to put you down in bronze, though. You're better than 65% of the player base, but you're still bronze too. Because we feel like it. And it's just, usually they put percentages on numbers. They arbitrarily put numbers. And I think the reason they haven't changed it is because nobody cares about Tag Team Arena right now. Like, they don't even care about it. Oh, I might need to auto here. I'm in kind of a pickle. Thankfully, I've got 5 stacks, but I have no way of putting... Oh, I guess I'm actually just autoing. Yeah, I just need to hope Acrizia gets enough A2s in, basically. Thank you, Acrizia. Alright, Acrizia would have got it done anyways, but that was really scary. Yeah, it's just the numbers are skewed. And it's just so frustrating because it's not like at the time they probably were like, what's 5% of our player base? Oh, 100,000. Cool. No, actually, probably would have been, yeah. Regardless, it's a pet peeve of mine, but nobody else wants to talk about it, and I haven't thought that I was a big enough creator to say anything about it and get any traction on it, so I just haven't made a video about it. I've recorded a few, but I won't ever post them because it feels weird in a world of, you know, Wixwell nerf, phobia, and Hydra clash imbalance and all this stuff to be complaining about something that everybody already knows is broken, but no one says anything about. I'm also afraid because I don't want it to be like, I don't mind Old Man Yells at Cloud. I think Old Man Yells at Cloud is funny, but I don't want it to be construed as me making a problem bigger than it actually is just to get views. And I also feel like what's gonna happen is if I make a video about it and it goes big, I've actually thought about reaching out to some of the arena guys, like it doesn't have to be the arena guys, but I thought it would be good for those guys that are like big arena guys, like is it Gestalt? Or Gestalt? Gestal. I don't know why I keep adding a T on his name. Yeah, he's great at live arena. I'm sure he's good at tag team arena too, but I thought about doing a collab or something. I've never reached out to him. He does not know that I had thought about this because I'm too scared. But I've thought about doing like a collab with him or something if he would be interested to help me beat tag team arena. But I don't know if that's even what he cares about because it's not live arena. And I know I could also ask Blazin or any other content creator. Well, not any other, but any of the other content creators I've worked with, I could ask them too. And so it's just this weird, like, I don't know. I kind of want to get involved with other creators, you know? But I know Blazin would probably help me in a heartbeat. It's not just that I'm scared. Sure you know this as an adult, but never hurts to ask. Wouldn't let your fear of being bothersome stop you. No. Let's not. Like it's I feel like the guy in high school that's like, oh, I have a crush on her. Oh, I'll go talk to her for you if you want me to. No. That's not what I mean. It's really not. First of all, I'm just not like ready right now to do it. But I feel like I have a close enough connection that I can reach out to him myself. This is one of those things where like it's the same thing as like me building teams in Raid Shadow Legends, right? This is something I need to do, you know? I'm just talking right now. I'm just just sharing with you guys that I had this idea for a thing because I know he's arena focused, PvP focused, right? But I could also ask Blazin. I could probably ask Odd One, right? Hell, according to Skydoodle, I could ask Drock. I don't know. Did I tell that story on stream yet? Have I told that story to anybody yet? No, you're absolutely right, Justin. Well, let me make one exception to that. Because it's fine now. I have almost 3,500, I think. Yeah, I have 3,500 subscribers. It's fine for me to ask now. But if I made my channel a month ago and I had 80 subscribers and I go to ask an established content creator, hey, do you want to do a collab with me? They don't look at that the same way, right? That's clout chasing. What's up, Hyper? How you doing? He did seem like he knew who I was, yeah. So I'll tell this story real quick because I don't know if I told it before, but like Drock was streaming, and I had never tuned into a Drock stream before, but I was just I love his content, and he makes me laugh. And so I saw he was live. I just happened to be looking for something to watch at the time. I saw he was live. I was like, oh, cool. Why don't I go watch that? And like within 30 seconds of watching it, I see Skydoodle's name pop up in the chat. And I go, look, oh, hey, Skydoodle. He's like, oh, hey, Roadblock. That was it. And Drock is like, oh, hey, Roadblock, what's up? And I messaged Skydoodle. I'm like, did he just say that like he knew who I was? And he's like, bro, you have, at the time I had like 3,000 or 2,500 or something. He's like, you've got a bunch of subscribers. You did the content creator clash with Hell Hades. Like, he probably knows who you are. And I'm like, not a chance. You're so wrong, dude. And then he asked him, and going back to my analogy of like the guy at the dance, that's like, or the guy at school, right? It's like me and him are standing, and the hot girl walks by and is like, "Hey, do you like Kevin?" Like, that's how it felt. He was like, "Do you know Roadblock from the Creator Clash?" And I'm like, "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Oh man, it was so funny. He did. He probably knew me from the content creator challenge. No, I do. I'm super. So here's, and let me explain to you my main reason for this, right? I'm just gonna call it good. This is terrible for my Hydra team. I can't. This is not happening again. I'm gonna tell you right now. Doing Hydra tomorrow. Thank you, Hyper. I appreciate that. Dude, I only have like 200 followers, and the Creator of the Year still calls me out whenever I come into his chat when I pop in. Yeah, I guess what I mean, but okay. So you guys are looking at it from different perspectives. So you, Vodka, are a huge member of the Raid Shadow Legends community, right? I'm not that. Um, my biggest concern is that I don't want to be seen as a clout chaser, right? Because how many people watch a video of Ash and say, I can do that? You know, like youtube.com/@ raid better than Ash, right? And then go into his chat and be like, hey man, do you want to do a collab? I have got 5 subscribers. And it's not that he doesn't want to help those people out. It's that there are 30 of those. I don't want to be that guy. And I understand that now I'm not, but you also got to understand, guys, that I gained in the last month, I've gained like 2,000. No, that's a stretch. No, wait, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, I've gained like 2,000 subscribers in the last. Sorry, like 1,700 subscribers in the last month. So. Absolutely, you may, Justin. Yeah, the Teox video really boosted. I wasn't trying to insult your streaming. Yes, you were. I may not have a grasp of the size of the community, and I'm looking at this as a content creator from other points of view. Like, I've got a friend of mine. Like, when I say friend of mine, I'd say for my part. Um,
You guys, I'm starving. What are we doing for dinner tonight?
I decided what we had.
Sorry about that. So I played with this guy. I played Counter Strike with him when I was in like my teenage years. In fact, the TIG. I gotta tell you the TIG story before I log off for tonight. Um, did I get us enough points? I did. Okay. I would try to, instead of worrying about how others perceive you, dig deep and check yourself with this question. Do you feel like a clout chaser? If the answer is no, you're doing great. It's a very brilliant way of thinking, and I respect it entirely, and I cannot do it. I'm an anxious person, man. I used to stream with a few people together, two Australians, an old guy with a temper problem, and then we kept having Denzel Washington kept getting in Discord to hang out with us. Once was talking about a good coffee. Nah, we weren't. Because I checked. After my normal key, we were under. You can tell too, because we're 14.6. Because they had ran a key late tonight. They ran a key late tonight. Because I did 359 million. Oh shit, the math is about to betray me. Minus 359 is 251. All right, look, motherfucker. I got y'all were there, weren't you? You guys saw it. I will no. No. I am determined. I'm just gonna claim these. They're gonna get capped anyways. You're gonna hear me say it. I'm gonna keep refreshing this until my score loaded. I'm really hoping that I just keep refreshing and hope I did enough to get us. There it is. So, oh shit. I shit you not. I saw 14.21 billion on the third row. I don't know if is there any bad, yeah, there's no bad info here. Okay. I thought this was our score. I didn't look at the damn name. And I thought that and that's why, look at my face. You can't see my face. I'm blocking it. Hang on. I literally thought that I didn't do enough. And that I needed to run 100 million in Nightmare. Or points, not score. Sure. Oh my god. I mean, hey, at least I secured a win. I'm not going to read that out loud. I once had a guy in the military tell me that he was so hungry he could eat he could eat the ass of a dead rhino or something like that. And I was just we were all like, "What the did you just say?" We kept having to Denzel's like, dude, poor white people. Please don't use that while I stream. Okay, let me tell the Tig story. This is a bad story to tell. I'm gonna be real with you because this is like misogynistic and everything. But I was a teenager. I didn't know any better. So let me just clarify that. But in hold on, let me even think if this is a worthy story of telling. You know what? This does actually tie in with what we're talking about, right, guys? Because we've been talking about how like I feel like I'm the guy in high school, and there's the pretty girl, and I don't want to talk to them, and then someone talks to them for me. It's in line with this, right? So we sat at this lunch table, and I still have a key left, Sky Doodle. What do you mean? Never again. Um, I know, I do realize that. All right, so anyways, sitting at this lunch table, and we would sit at the same table every day, and these group of girls sat to the table next to us, and there was one girl that I always had a crush on, and she had really big boobs. We didn't know her name, and so my friends called her uh, Tig for Tig Old Biddies, right? And I eventually learned her name, never worked up the courage to talk to her, never said a word to her. Um, but always had a crush on her and always thought about her. And then like a few years after, because she was like 2 years under me. I think I was a senior at the time, and I think she would have been a sophomore. And so I graduated, and I was at a party, and we had a friend who was friends with a bunch of sophomores and invited some of the girls over, and she showed up. I was like, holy crap. And I talked to her, and I got her number. I was like, oh man, you know what I mean? Like, um, but I'll never forget that, like, we, like, every day, we would always, like, not me, because I'm not that guy, but, like, my friends would, like, slip it in and would, like, be like, like just find a way to hint at it. Um, wait, are you for real? Oh, we are. I have a key left, but I'm not doing it. It's not gonna be enough. I don't think. I don't think I can do 100 million on another key. Even if I do brutal, I don't think I can do 100 million. Me and that girl? Nah. No. No. So, all right, I'll finish the story. I'm not naming names, but I have a really good friend of mine. So, okay, because I was really scared and I really liked her a lot, I was too afraid to like hang out with her alone. So I would throw parties at my house and I would invite her to come over. So I threw a party, invited her to come over, and I told everybody how excited I was about this girl coming. So a friend of mine, and before you ask, yes, he's still a friend of mine, but what he did this night is borderline unforgivable, right? I told everybody how much I liked this girl. She shows up, a couple of other girls, right? And my friend tells me, all right, dude, Man, I'm gonna go talk to this girl, and I'm gonna hype you up and tell her how awesome you are and how great, like by the end of this, like she's gonna be all yours. So we're downstairs in my basement partying, and they go upstairs to talk. We're partying and just drinking, doing whatever, having a good time, and I'm just like, they've been up there for a while. And so like I don't know how to explain it, but I could kind of climb up my banister. And so I like climb up and I like peek over. They're making out. And so I jump off the banister and then I go up the stairs and around. And they like jump off of each other, and like he's wearing workout shorts. Like I could see the man's erection. And he's like, "No, no, no, we were just talking. We were just talking." You know? I was like, "Jason, I just said his name." I was like, "Dude, I can see your boner right now. Like, what are you talking about? You weren't just talking." And like he apologizes and whatever, and like so then yeah. So then he so I go back downstairs, and I'm just like listening from like the middle, because it was a split foyer, so I'm like on the middle of the stairwell, and I'm like listening, and I can hear the, and like I go back up there again, and I like confront him, and I'm basically like, "You're not a real friend," and I say all these things, and so I go and I get in my car to drive, and I'm no, it was very bad for me to drive. This is yeah, I was like very young. And so he jumps on the windshield of my car, and I'm so mad, I floor it down my road. Now, just to be clear, for everybody to understand, I am on a dead end road, and there is no way, like, I'm not near any cars. I'm not near, now, is it dangerous that I'm driving with a man on my windshield? Yes. But I wasn't endangering anybody. And so I floor it so my engine goes, but my car is like, like I didn't go very far up my dead end drive. I get up to the road, I stop because I'm not an idiot. I was just being dramatic, and I don't get in the road. And then he talks to me and tells me blah 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 and all this stuff. And he's like, he convinces me that I'm embarrassing myself and that I'm ruining my shot with this girl because I'm making a big deal about not doing all this crazy stuff. And I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay." Like he convinces me of this stuff. And so we go back, and then basically she spent more time with me the rest of the night, but I was still kind of upset about it. And I had another party a few weeks later, and he was a little more sober and said that he wanted to talk to her because she was kind of not happy with the way I reacted, since I had only gotten her number like 2 weeks before. Like I was overreacting over something that I wasn't mad at her. I was mad at my friend, but I was still overreacting. It's not like she was my property or anything, right? And so this time they're outside talking in the front yard, and I'm watching through the window, and I was drunk, so I kept like messing with them a little bit, opening the window and like trying to listen to what they were saying, but the window creaks, so it's like and they look and see me, and I'm like but the light from the motion sensor kept coming on, and they thought I was turning the light on and off, and that was pissing them off. Anyways, um, long story short, I got another opportunity with her where we were alone. This is not going to sound good. We were alone. She was in my bed, and at the time, my room, my bed was here, and my computer was right next to my bed. She was tired and wanted to go to sleep. I wasn't tired, and I had Dota to play, man. So I kid you not, I got out of the bed. I went onto my computer right here. This is my fault, guys. Like don't get it twisted. And I'm playing Dota, the Warcraft 3 mod at the time. I'm playing Dota and I'm talking to my friends because we had a 5 stack, and I'm talking to the 4 people in chat and being like, "Yeah, there's a girl sleeping right next to me." I think they thought I was lying, but and she's just listening to me talk about her. So, yeah, that's what no game sounds like in 2007. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so after that she was like, I think I'm good. I don't think I'm really interested here. And I'm like, respect. I get it. But yeah, given all the drama and everything behind it, and that was a really good life lesson for me because it opened my eyes a lot, and it completely changed the way that I approached women. Because like, you take away the whole like playing video games part of it, like that was stupid. But if you consider like what I should have done is I should have took her on a date. I should have been like, hey, I want to take you out to dinner. I'll pick you up at this time. We'll go have a chat, whatever. Like, why did I need to have a whole group of my friends around to give me confidence? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I learned that. So this was before I even signed up for the Air Force, but I joined the Air Force probably a few months, if not year, maybe a year later. And when I was dating at my first duty station, I was completely confident and was just, I'm gonna take you out to dinner. I took girls out to dinner. I didn't play games. I didn't do that stuff. Bro, I only made it to second base, vodka. Over the shirt. Wait, what's second base? Yeah, second base over the shirt. Yeah, I got game. I didn't get game right away in the Air Force. Um, it took me a while to really, and I wouldn't even say I have game now. Well, I have game now, but that's because it's really easy to have game when you're married. But um, that sounds bad. I never did. Like, I don't. When I don't have anything invested in conversations with women, so I used to get girls for my friends. I'll tell another story about that in a second. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. You got friend zoned the other day? I'm sorry to hear that, man. Nothing worse than that. But the Air Force, so I remember, so I had my V card until I joined the Air Force. And I lost that early on in the Air Force, thankfully. Oh, my wife's heard this story, man. You kidding me? I tell she laughs at all my like embarrassing stuff. Oh, you're talking about me saying I have a game now? I don't go out anymore, but when I was in my first marriage, I would get my guy friends girls. I'll tell you that story. Um, hold on, I'm reading Vodka's story though. Oh man, that sucks. I'll get to well, I met her online. That's easy. Um, so my buddy, I'm gonna name him. He gets named for this because it's so embarrassing. So his name, I'm gonna give you his info. So he's just not a streamer as much anymore, but my friend Cody, and he's in chat sometimes as hair plugs, and he will not get mad at you, get mad at me for telling you this story. So we're out at a bar, and he sees two girls at a table, up against like by themselves, and he keeps like looking at them. He's like, "Man, they're really hot." I'm like, "Go talk to them." What do you mean? He's like, "I can't do that." I was like, "What do you mean?" By the way, I think he's a very like no homo for lack of a better word. I think he's a very attractive man. And I'm like, dude, you're you're attractive. Go talk to these women. He's like, I can't do it. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I was like, I'll go talk to him. He's like, no, you won't. And I was like, hey, I go over. I'm like, hey, how y'all doing tonight? And they're like, hey, we're doing good. How about you? And I'm like, nice. My name's Kevin. I have a friend of mine, really shy for some reason. Right over there, you see him, and he's like looking at them, and they're looking at him, and they're like, yeah. And he's like, he would like to talk to you guys. Is that okay with you? And they're like, yeah, of course. I was like, Cody, get over here. This man comes over. I'm not exaggerating this. He comes over and he goes, hello, ladies. I look at him, I look at them, and I just am like, what are you doing? I'm the bad friend. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I can't be a part of this. When I walked away, I was like, I think he continued to talk to them, but nothing came from it that night. But I was just like, you are ridiculous. Like, hello. Like, it's like, no, dude, you're trying way too hard, man. Um, yeah, no, I met my wife online. Um, she likes to say, so after my end of my first marriage, she likes to say that I hoed it up because I kind of dated around a little bit and I didn't really, I was looking for a relationship, but I wasn't, the girls that I was dating, I wasn't finding like the what I really wanted, but I kind of was like in a bad spot mentally. So I kind of led some of them on, you know, like this is going to go into a relationship and it's not. And then I met my wife. I think it was like eHarmony or Match.com or something. And we instantly hit it off. I tell her this all the time, and this is true. I know people say this kind of stuff, but this was true. I pulled out of the parking lot and I got in the turn lane to go back to my house, and I like looked in the mirror, like the rear view mirror, and I was like, I am gonna marry this girl someday because we hit it off so well. Here's I went through a phase vodka where I tried to be like that. So that same friend that you guys all say I shouldn't be friends with, so his whole shtick, um, and I don't think we had a word for it back then, but he was one of those guys that was like an asshole, and that was how he got girls. So I tried to be like him, but it's just disingenuous when I try to be an asshole, right? Like I'm not funny and I'm just rude. So I just kind of learned that the best thing to do was be me. Yeah, nothing wrong. I think the biggest secret that I learned, and I remember my dad gave me some advice one time, and I still think it was terrible advice because of the way he worded it. So like I remember early on my dad, not early on, but like in my like I think I'd joined the Air Force or something and I was talking to my dad about girls and he was like, "Well, you know, don't go after the pretty ones." I was like, "What the fuck?" And looking back on it, I think this is something that I realized, and I don't know when I realized it. It was a couple years ago that I realized it, but pick the most attractive woman that you can think of, right? Like for me, it's Alexandra Daddario. Like she's an actress, super attractive, just really gorgeous, or even better, there's a TikToker, Gigi Newt, who is like exactly my type, like long dark hair, big boobs, all that stuff, right? I would be miserable if I was dating her, right? Probably be miserable if I dated Alexandra Daddario or you know whoever it may be. And the reason is because I want to play video games. You know, I want to do these hobbies. I want to do these you know, I want to be who I am, but I think to unless they were like secretly into these things, you know, they're going to want to go on vacations. They want to go on trips. They want to go to the club. They're want to going to, you know, go do these other things that I'm not going to want to be a part of. I'm going to want to sit at home and play video games. You know what I mean? Yes, True Detective. I've watched a particular scene way more than I should have. Um, but like I think the biggest, and this is advice for you, Hyper. I'm doing a life takeover now instead of an account takeover. But the biggest thing to realize, and I think it's probably what my dad was trying to say, but put it in terms of looks, and it's not about looks. You want to find somebody that appreciates who you are. My wife likes me because of who I am as a person, right? Not what my hobbies are, not any of those things. But we also are similar people. We are homebodies. Like we don't want to go out to the bar. We don't want to go out to the club. We don't, you know, we'll go out to eat dinner as a family, but like we are not these big adventurous exploring things. And unfortunately, I didn't learn this until I went through some relationships that were like, you know, they liked me, but they didn't like me. They liked their perception of me, but wanted me to do these things that I wasn't comfortable doing. So I was getting dragged out to parties. I was getting dragged out to friends' houses. I wasn't playing video games. In fact, I wasn't even allowed. to use my computer or play Xbox. Like, I was in these relationships with women that I found attractive, but they weren't fulfilling my needs as a person, right? And so I think that was a very important lesson that I learned, and that was one of the things that is one of the things I love so much about my wife right now is that she lets me be me. Yeah. Yeah, when you get those ultimatums or you get those threats or those controlling, like, you're gonna do this, or, I don't appreciate, like, man, the number of relationships where I had to watch, I like bad reality TV, right? Like, it's a guilty pleasure. I'll watch some Big Brother, I'll watch some Love Island, okay? That nothing against those types of TV shows, but the amount of it that got shoved down my throat in some of my past relationships. And it's like, I do not care. I want to go watch hockey. I want to go watch football. I want to play World of Warcraft. Like, so here's my thing, Hyper. And I don't know that there's I don't know if this is as easy for you to do or not, but go to places that support your hobbies. Like, I get, or do online, I huge luck with online dating for me. But I was always very honest and blunt with who I am and what I was looking for. Man, what a rabbit hole we went down. Well, I'm up way later than I wanted to. I could have done some Hydra while we were having this conversation. Oh, hey, let me show you guys my team. Check this out. Damn, Vodka left right when I wanted to show him this team, too. But we got Skydoodle here to give me his thoughts, too. Oh my god. Oh my god. What are we doing? Hello? 6-star blessing? I wonder if my new team can beat this. I'll take it off auto. I can. Okay. Okay, well, the polymorph doesn't help, but... How do you like it? So, no, they're not tanky. This team is a speed team, and it's wrongly built. So, let me do recently used. Nope, wrong thing. So, Bolent has speed and accuracy for skinwalkers, right? Now, he's not booked. He doesn't need books, to be completely honest, because his cooldowns are only 4 turns anyways, and they're stuns and stuff. But, so with 3 faction allies, he ignores each target's resistance by 50%. I don't have Mighty Uko. I'll explain. So right now I built him to go first, but I actually have a better plan. But he doesn't need super high accuracy because he ignores resistance. So 417 is way enough, and he's 322 speed, which is the fastest I can get on the account right now. Basher's a little bit behind him at 256 with more accuracy because he needs it to lock people out. Now, I didn't know how effective, when I built him, I didn't know how effective this stun would be, but it's extremely effective, right? And before attacking, he has a chance of removing all buffs. So he has a buff strip. And then he has a stun, and then a turn meter fill for each stun placed by the skill. You would think that he could only get 60% turn meter from this, but no, it's a double hitter, and the stun can get replaced. So he actually gains full turn meter, kind of like Armand's off this, without the stealing, which is really funny. And then he ignores resistance with it. This is a single hitter and then a second hit that does decreased defense. When an ally uses a multi-hit skill, each subsequent hit after the first hit deals 15% more damage. Whenever they do a critical hit, fills their turn meter by 5% and ignores 30% of defense when under a stun. So Ragash is redundant. I don't need Ragash, and I no longer want Ragash. I could build him as a nuker if I wanted to, but I don't have increased defense, and I don't think it's as worth it. Even if he's built as a nuker, I don't think he can hit. Like, I think I have a better idea, is what I mean to say. So we've got Bolent, Basher, and Sun Wukong, but we need to replace. So who do you guys think? I already know who Skydoodle's gonna say, and you're wrong, Skydoodle. Who do you guys think on this roster should be in the team? THC says Raz or Rat King. Isaka says Nishak. THC also saying Nishak 100%. Hyper saying the Rat. I'm curious what Skydoodle says here. And I wish Vodka was here. Tunisia. It's not Tunisia. Skydoodle's got it, guys. I take back. I thought you were gonna say Razzlebarg, Skydoodle. Yeah, I don't have Marius yet. Marius is the answer if I get him. Let me explain why it's Loriaka. And I want you guys to think very so please understand Nishak, awesome. Actually, Nishak does work really well. The problem is I don't have increased attack. And this, I don't know, he does have a potential for a lot of stuns with his build, but I think I just don't have I don't feel confident in my ability to do damage with Nishak with high resist being a thing. Loriaka has a 20% turn meter fill and increase accuracy. My plan was to basically build her like an Arbiter, pure speed. She does have some debuffs, but I don't need them or care about them. So I would build her as my Arbiter, right? She gives me the turn meter fill, and then I do what I need to do. Now, by the way, keep in mind, I do not, well, I still need increased attack, to be fair. That is the one thing that I don't have in this team. But I am gaining extra damage and ignoring defense. So, yeah. So I'm going to use Loriaka instead of Ragash. But yeah, not having increased attack sucks. I could potentially consider like an increased attack champion maybe. But I really don't want to have to use like Hoferese or some crazy thing. Like, what? Wukong, what do you mean? Bambus does have increased attack. I don't have Bambus on this account, my friend. It's not a siege team, technically, because the aura is arenas. Yeah. But the team is Bolent into Loriaka. Well, technically, Loriaka would go first. So she would give everyone the turn meter boost, and then Bolent would go, and then Basher would go. Basher's redundant too, to be honest with you. But he's that extra, like, bit of protection with the cooldown reduction. Like, okay, if they get turns, they're mostly A1ing. And then Wukong finishes them off. So it's not a perfect team. No team is. But, like, if we look at this team here. So look, see, look, he got another turn out of that, right? He gains 15% for each stun he places with this ability, but it's a double hitter, and it's a double 100% hitter, so he actually gained back a full bar of turn meter, which is hilarious. And then this ability is a 2x hitter that has a chance to stun from his passive. Now, Ragash is redundant here, but Ragash can also stun for me. And then, because this is out there, I'll use this. And there we go. Am I crazy? Do Dark Elves really not have a faction unity champion? Oh, snap, they don't. We're only up to Orcs. Or we just got the Demon Spawn one, right? No, we just got the Orc one. That's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, Argas. Yeah. Demons next month, yeah. But the aura, the 24% aura, and if I build them right... Oh, damn. I really thought I might pull that one out. And that's why I need Loriaka. So my speeds are limited. So, okay. Before anyone says anything, because Loriaka is leveled, but I can't build her. Because currently on my account, if I was to put her, I leveled her for this. If I was to put her in my fastest speed gear, and there's no masteries on her or Bolent yet, but if I put her in my fastest speed gear, she's still slower than Bolent right now. And when I say fastest speed gear, I mean fastest available speed gear on my account. So she would be slower than Bolent. And because he doesn't need a lot of accuracy, I can build him a really high speed and relatively low accuracy. Yes, that's 417 accuracy, but he ignores 50% of resistance. I could actually cut that down a little bit. But I don't have any better gear. All my best speed pieces are assigned to people that for other areas of the game that I want to be fast. But I really like this team. And I think it's really fun. But I do still lose to some speed stuff, but like I wonder how I'll do against this team. Because I think I go first against this team. We land this, but we missed one stun. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I crunched the numbers with the optimizer. You gotta understand, I built Bolent today. So Bolent has my like third fastest gear on it outside of Armand's. I feel like I can beat this team if I manual it. We'll try one more time. No, the best I can get Loriaka to is like 317. I think I need to change. I think I need to open with his A3 from now on. I stunned. I don't know if you guys caught that. It was very quick. Oh, I think I had my A3 there, by the way. See, I stunned. So I have a 10% chance to stun on any attack when he's out there. Is it 2x speed right now? Because I'll definitely do that. Stun? I just stunned on effing... a basher? Now this buff strips. So like I stole 2 there. Stun everybody else. Try to steal one more time. We don't get it. It's fine. Oh, I got really lucky there, not gonna lie. How the hell do you make a Death Knight that slow? That was crazy to me. Yeah, see, they're still resisting. Strip. Yes! I should have waited on Wukong. Now he can't get anybody. But I landed the strip. That should be it. Yeah, there we go. Biggest challenge yet, Terrace Marishka. Yes, you still got that 50%, unfortunately. I don't think it was all resists, right? Some of it was just... Oh, that was all... Oh, that was also polymorph. I'm curious. I'm going to try that one more time. Yeah. I didn't see what happened to the stun there. So it's not perfect, obviously. But I like it. It's fun. I do think I should change. To this, which sounds crazy, but because I'm opening with the buff strip, but I just don't think it's consistent enough. And he gets he actually gets to ignore defense with that ability too. So now that hits as hard as his A2. I think I've already lost to this team before. Oh, there's the one drawback to that ability, huh? Like, that's what that ignoring resistance does, that you can stun a Mithrala, you know? Alright. We'll call that good enough. But I think that team might really be good for me in tag team once I get the Loriaka done. Yeah, Loriaka is going to give me a ton of turn meter and let me take a lot of turns, which I think is going to be good. Ragash is just redundant because most of the time he's stunning, they're already stunned. And then Bolent stuns on one ability, gets pulled turn meter, and then can decrease defense on the second ability. So really, there's no reason for Ragash. I could build him more nuker, right? Like get rid of the accuracy, give him more crit rate and more crit damage and defense because he does ignore 50%. With the passive of Bolent, right? Sorry, 30%. I thought it was 50%, but they ignore 30% of defense against enemies with stun, right? So he would be good there, but Nishak would be really good against a Stone Skin, though. But I feel like without an increased accuracy to him, I don't think he can do what I need him to do. We still have a lot of blessings and stuff that we don't have. So Basher doesn't have blessings, Loriaka doesn't have blessings, and Bolent doesn't have blessings either. So we have a lot of improvements to do. And I'm going to get them started on not blessings, masteries. Masteries. Anyways, love you guys. I will see you all. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow night. But if I do, I'll let you guys know. Well, if I do, you'll see me. If I don't, you won't. Take care, guys.